on the streets of Accra to find out from Ghanaians as well as party supporters what their expectations are. Join me as I do this.
About Saturday, me to Kennedy. Kennedy na me to man is a Kennedy na ni yadin. Or Juma bebre, or baby Juma. Ah, yan yes, you be here. And Bawumia no de brofo nko so nye nya na ete brofo no. Eti Kennedy ba ono otumi si form ayi adwuma. Ono angasa ba na se ye prepare kra osom ye prepare. Okoke post say school for no ye program. Wa share the singers on them. And so obi akwa afa obama na beti so di abande e pese Kennedy edi nkunim.
It set the expectation here then.
Kennedy. Ono anu eko. Yeah.
So our man here says he's rooting for Agyapong because he believes that Agyapong will be the best flag bearer for the NPP party.
The hear me say the Bawumia empire say Kennedy be win because the entire time the Chinese say Kennedy ni nipa bi a o ye prem and na season bia ne president a say o ye dey oba un say do sometimes to be a man for sole almost kajeje na wo ho a sa season ye jeje season last papa bi kuta the car oduru ha o see no park was salifo am akon repair season na aba no nkra na so odin ase enye obi o ye hard obohye to Kennedy oba gidi say nyina ye ho beto ye wonso ho beto.
So our brother is also saying that he is in support of Kennedy because he believes that with Kennedy, everything will be under control in this country.
My dream chira kakra wo abato na eba so Saturday no ho no. E ka me menko dia me ye kwawni anka mpese Brian Emlebi. But ebi ana amfa. Sa amfa dia me second choice Bawumia because na adwen ene ne niema ya wo ye no ema mi hu se obedi party nanimu a enye party nkwa na bebo na emu me bebo my Ghana na first no nanka de me pe na asempa ya Kennedy nanso edrumri bia na Kennedy anum kasa ya woka e kire timamufuo ema a Christopher no bra obepedi bia no ena ma ne ehu se ne kasa ya woka bi na mfa kwam enti obesesa ba sa atem no wa se ne di na wie dada enti me de me hu ne se yekoto abama Kennedy ene yi a NDC for kra be senya more opportunity e de aye campaign ati aye enti me de Bawumia ba mani beje Bawumia ba mani beje pa na me stress bibia so enya sumdue boko na free and fair enya adwuma na ye new strong enipa obetumi abeye party ni ye na ye wi a Kennedy o Brian o munyira nkamom na ye say 2028 enkunimde be ba man ya.
So our gentleman here is also calling for a free and fair election. However, he wants to support or he is supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to lead the NPP party. So you be our expectations elections near what kind of channel so do amanyukone na nintia person no na sani party
NPP party dey say Bawumia na be win. Oshia Kennedy do we onya na so Bawumia na betumi ade Bawumia na betumi win am beto so win anya do betumi be president
na ade na Osha Bawumia na betumi win
na say tio ade wo Ghana say was 60 region 60 region no uti obi a ozo Bawumia afa anya kwa 10 region for no na so mo Bawumia afa and so yi dada for na akufa do omoba na say 16 no krapo tempo ko di Bawumia afa and we supporters krapo ahwa enya za de no 50-50 anka baka say Kennedy bakubi na de say 10 no kra declare so mo do mo vote mo Bawumia and we supporters odi aje Kennedy no be yebi Bawumia do be wini president we am ko to election mo ko Saturday dia e da Bawumia be to me wini na so o wini dia 2028 dia me nya sure so be to be mampeni dana me de be to me woni
Me about no mo control there. Me I come come me there. Me ka wode Agyapong ba dia ka me pe. But me pa me pe ne say Bawumia one na do there buy. Bank we be di bi ka de payment ka say nipa man ka so ndira nchen na nka candidate Agyapong so ye dey enko because Bawumia ne na do ba yehu dia Ghana ye dey enko ye am kofu bebia aka say ti na dey ndi ko ndira nchen na nka candidate saba na wa be try the best side ahwe because me imagine kwan no ba candidate Agyapong na kofu so ye no nze nipa de Ghana for bebia no obi o ma ka no kra oye pepe na ka ba ka say bia wonye ntina kofu bebia si candidate Agyapong wonye because obi o ma mu say adibi o ma de open no kra no ba ka say wonye insanity but I mean according to me the come the Agyapong buy come okay and a delegate for nankasa so na aya na problem no go ma ska no there is can be do nation yet to man no one crowd kan na Ghana for year ble no ntinga we nanka obehwem nanka obuhu de boy nanka ode mema na kan mo mi okay me no so ma drink akam no okay.
So our gentleman here is also saying that he saw the governance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So it is about time they change it and then make useful of Kennedy Agyapong to come and lead the NPP party. However, he's calling on the delegates to have a free and fair election or also to vote wisely.
So I'll be rooting for Dr. Educhum. Yeah, because he was the Minister of Education. So I think you have more knowledge about what's going on in the country and how to rule the country.
What we need peace. We don't need any trouble, anything. We need peace for Ghana. So anything we shall go in peacefully.
Openness and engagement you show, openness and engagement you show throughout my time with you. On Saturday, you will not merely elect a flag bearer. You will determine the direction of our party. You will send a message to the nation. You will decide whether the new patriotic party is ready to rebuild. Let us speak honestly. Our party has played a historic role in Ghana's development. We have expanded opportunity, strengthened private enterprises, widened access to education, and modernized governance. Our record is unmatched. But in the last election, we suffered a painful setback, and that defeat was not accidental. It was a message. It was a message that we must reconnect with the grassroots. A message that disciplines and humility must return to the leadership. A message that change is not optional. It is urgent. This Saturday is not routine. It is a turning point. Delegates, you are the backbone of this party. Without you, there is no MPP. Yet too often, after elections, the grassroots feel forgotten. Polling station executives feel neglected. Constituency officers unsupported. That must change. And I say it must change. Under my leadership, delegates' welfare will not be an afterthought. It will be a priority. The cycle of sacrifice followed silence must end. I will establish structured delegates' welfare framework. We will maintain a formal registry of active delegates to ensure recognition and inclusion. We will create a transparent welfare support to assist delegates facing genuine hardships. Loyalty must be respected. Sacrifice must be acknowledged. Commitment must be protected. Delegates' welfare will not depend on proximity to power. It will be institutionalized, fair structured, and transparent. The forms I have been sharing during my talks are not symbolic gestures. They are the beginning of a system that ensures no loyal delegates feels left out again. Let me also add, I'm aware that some of you delegates have been told that if you vote for me, you will be removed from the delegates album or punished afterwards. I bet you it can never happen. Trust me and believe in me that all of you will be protected the D-Day. The delegate album is not a weapon. It is a constitutional record of party service. It must never be used to intimidate loyal members of this party. I do not believe in fear. I do not believe in revenge politics. I will not tolerate any attempt to shrink the party by threatening its grassroots. Be rest assured of this. The MPP was built on courage. MPP was built on internal democracy. So I say to you, stand firm. Agyapong, I stand for industrialization. It's industry, industry, industry. Employment, employment, employment. Jobs, jobs, jobs. What we need in this country is employment for the youth of this country. So please, give me opportunity to serve you, and I will not disappoint you. Let me assure you of something else. Every delegate will be safe. Every delegate will be protected before, during, and after the election. There must be no harassment, no intimidation at voting centers, no atmosphere of fear. Internal democracy, it must never become internal conflict. We will work with party structures and the appropriate authorities to ensure that Saturday is peaceful, orderly, and credible. Your safety matters, your dignity matters, your right to vote freely matters. But beyond the vote, we must think about what happens after the January 31st. This is a contest, not a war. After that day, we are not factions. We are one party. The party cannot afford division. We cannot afford bitterness. We cannot afford revenge politics. Our true task is not defeating one another. Our true task is rebuilding trust in the Ghanaian people. Dear delegates, I'm appealing to you to vote for me on Saturday. What I want to remind you is we are not just going to elect a flag bearer, but a winnable candidate who can give us a victory in 2028. And there's no other candidate than Kennedy Agyapong. So victory will be ours in 2028 if you decide on Kennedy Agyapong on Saturday. A candidate that is trusted, inspires hope, accepted, and capable of winning the MPP power in 2028. And I, Ken Ohene Agyapong, number 1, on the ballot remains the only viable candidate to do this. Thank you.
Feel it. Dr. Bawumia is that formidable candidate who cannot be ignored. In 2028, the stakes will be higher than ever before. The NPP needs not just a candidate, but a winnable candidate. Dr. Bawumia brings the strength of preparation and formidability to the ballot box. He connects with the youth, the future of Ghana, who see in him a leader who understands technology, innovation, and opportunity. He connects with women, with traders, with farmers, with the ordinary Ghanaian, because his policies have touched real lives. Dr. Bawumia is not just a candidate. He is our best chance for victory in 2028. The Bawumia we know is prepared, is formidable. The Bawumia we know is winnable. Let us choose Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
My beloved Ghanaians, distinguished delegates of the New Patriotic Party, party faithful, supporters near and far, and every citizen who believes in a brighter future for our beloved nation. Today, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed by the incredible energy I have witnessed across the country. These past months, I have journeyed the length and breadth of Ghana, from the shores of Adan to the plains of Sene East, from the vibrant markets of Kumasi to the resilient communities of the Upper East and beyond. I have walked every region, visited you in your constituencies, shaking hands with thousands of you, listened to your hopes, your struggles, and your unbreakable determination to see our dear New Patriotic Party rise again. I've seen the fire in your eyes. I have felt the pulse of our party beating stronger than ever, and I have been deeply humbled by the massive, electrifying reception you have given me at every stop. You have shown me loud and clear that the New Patriotic Party is alive, united in purpose, and ready to reclaim the destiny of this great nation. We have come through tough times together. The 2024 election tested our resolve, but it did not break us. Instead, it sharpened our focus, deepened our commitment, and reminded us why we fight for a Ghana where every child has opportunity, every able citizen has a job, every family has security, every entrepreneur has support, and every citizen walks with pride and dignity. Now, the moment of decision is here. Tomorrow, you, the over 200,000 certified delegates of the NPP will make history. You will choose the leader who can unite our ranks, rebuild our momentum, and carry our cherished tradition back to the Jubilee House in 2028. I stand before you not as someone seeking power for its own sake, but as a true son of our tradition and Mother Ghana, who has served at the highest levels, who understands the challenges confronting our dear nation, and who pioneered groundbreaking initiatives, and who has the experience, the vision, and the temperament to lead us to victory. I am the candidate who has already been taken to the battleground and learned the ropes of the job. I am the candidate who has been tested, marketed, and proven on the national stage. I am the candidate who can build on the foundation and deliver the victory we all crave in 2028. But this is not about me alone. This is about us, about you. This is our journey together. This is about the polling station executive who has labored tirelessly for years. This is about the young patriot ready to bring fresh ideas and energy. This is about the market woman, the farmer, the teacher, the nurse, the driver, the student, every Ghanaian who deserves better. My vision is clear and bold. A resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Ghana built on proven foundations and smart ideas. Under my leadership, we will institute one constituency, 10 appointments, dedicating at least 3,000 of the 7,000 national level appointments to our 276 constituencies. Ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, ambassadors, board members, your constituencies will nominate qualified and competent patriots who will serve nationally and represent the interest of all. No constituency would be left behind. Every constituency empowered, every party activist recognized. The idea is to ensure that the deployment of the human resource in the execution of government business is equitably distributed across Ghana. Secondly, introduce a constituency-based national budget, ensuring fair, transparent allocation so that development reaches every corner of Ghana, building resilient and sustainable communities from the grassroots up. This will boost local economic development, which would create sustainable economic opportunities for all, including our dear party delegates. Also, improve the welfare of party members and give them their business opportunities through the maintenance of a welfare database system that will always ensure proper targeting of support to party members. In addition, stimulate private sector-led job creation through incentives, partnerships, and focus on agriculture, manufacturing, creative arts, tourism, and emerging industries to deliver sustainable, meaningful jobs and better opportunities to a stable income. Incentives like the tax amnesty would enable businesses recover and expand so they can employ more young people. Also, reform our tax system by broadening the base fairly, introducing a simple, citizen-friendly flat tax regime with exemptions to shield the poor while eliminating burdensome taxes to ease the cost of doing business and cost of living. Furthermore, urgently expand the credit scoring system to ease the burden of cash and carry and enable citizens access basic goods and services at their time of need. This will greatly improve the conditions of living of our people. Also, expand and modernize agriculture to achieve cheaper food and a stronger economy that positively and directly impacts every Ghanaian everywhere and truly reduces the cost of living. In addition, expand solar power and promote local manufacturing of solar to ensure citizens pay less for electricity and experience fewer outages. To get cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable public transport through the introduction of more electric vehicles and buses. These are not empty promises. They are practical, actionable steps drawn from my experience, consultations across the nation, and a commitment to put people first. So today, I make this direct, urgent, and passionate call to every delegate. Tomorrow, turn out in your numbers. Vote number 3. Vote Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Let no provocation divide us. Let no falsehood distract us. Let no doubt dim your conviction. Choose the path that is proven, competent, and ready. Not a gamble, but a guarantee of victory. Choose the leader who will deliver real inclusion, empowerment, and development to every constituency. Choose the leader who will make our party stronger, create jobs for all with smart ideas, our youth empowered, and our nation respected among nations. Delegates, the time is now. The choice is clear. The future is bright if we act together. Go out on Saturday and vote massively for Dr. Bawumia. Let the whole world see that the MPP is back stronger, wiser, and unstoppable. Win with Bawumia. God bless you, and God bless the New Patriotic Party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, and see you at victory.
This
surrounding these elections. Competitive contest naturally generates anxiety and tension. Passion is expected. Strong opinions are inevitable. However, I wish to remind all of us that our strength as a party has never come from uniformity of ambition, but unity of purpose. Let me place on record, on behalf of the national to go around the 16 regions and ascertain the reasons why the party lost the 2024 elections. After they have submitted their report, the party proceeded by forming an amendment committee chaired by the revered lawyer Frank Davis to bring into birth all the proposals that were brought to the review committee for us to amend our constitution to be in line with red time events and also for future activities. If you recall also, in July, the party went to Lagos to undertake several activities to amend several provisions in our constitution. And this saw to us giving the opportunity for our former constituency, regional and national officers to have a voting right in our party internal elections. This landmark decision was very important. It was a way of addressing apathy in our party, because over the years we've had people who have served as former executives who have always been at the back, feeling that they have been marginalized and have been forgotten by the party. This singular act has been able to energize the base of our party by them having a voting right. Again, the party also introduced what we refer to as Patriotic Institute to provide training activities for our party members. Key among it was for us to ensure that as a party, we position ourselves for the 2028 elections. With the establishment of the Presidential Elections Committee chaired by our former Deputy Speaker, Honorable Dosei Bosewusu. The committee's duty was to make sure that the processes of ensuring a free, fair, and transparent elections was secured. And I'm happy to say that the work so far done by the committee has been one that has been applauded by many within the party and even outside the party. More so, the presidential aspirants for showing gratitude for the work that the committee has done. Through the phases of verification, validation, exhibition, and even printing of ballot papers, our aspirants were never left in the dark. They were all part of the processes to make sure that in every step, they were all part of it to guarantee transparency, fairness in our internal elections. As we go into the elections tomorrow, there are certain key information that I need to bring to our members so that we know what we are supposed to do tomorrow. Tomorrow we are expecting delegates of 211,849 across the country to cast their vote. And in this list, we have categories of people and where they are going to vote. For instance, for the national headquarters, those who will be voting at the national headquarters are members of the National Council, voting members of the National Executive Committee, all members of the National Council of Elders, 30 members of the National Council of Patrons, past national executives, all external branch delegates, special ring delegates, national TESCOM coordinator, former ministers, and deputy ministers who registered at the party headquarters. The following delegates shall vote at their respective constituencies or designated constituencies. There shall be 276 voting centers. With the 276 voting centers, we are expecting that all voting members of the Regional Executive Committee will vote, all former regional executives, all former members of the Constituency Executive Committees, all former constituency executives, all electoral area coordinators, 5 polling station executives in each polling station, all members of parliament, all party former card-bearing members of parliament, all former party card-bearing members, all former party card-bearing parliamentary candidates, former founding members who are signatories to the registration documents of the party at the Electoral Commission. TESCOM presidents and patrons shall cast their votes in the constituencies where their respective institutions are located. All regional TESCOM coordinators shall vote in their constituency designated for the regional executives to cast their votes. All former party card-bearing ministers and deputy ministers, except those who registered at the party headquarters. All former card-bearing MMDCs, 10 members from each of the regional council of elders, 10 patrons from each region, 5 members of each constituency council of elders, 5 patrons from each constituency. For the avoidance of doubt, regional executives, former regional executives, council of elders, patrons, and regional TESCOM coordinators are supposed to vote in these respective designated voting centers. For Western region, regional officers, former regional executives, council of elders, patrons, regional they shall vote as secondary constituency. Central region, the aforementioned group shall vote at People South. For Volta region, they shall vote at Post Central constituency. For Greater Accra, they shall vote at Kwale Krote. For Eastern region, they shall vote at New Durban South. For Ashanti region, they shall vote at Menchia South. For Western North, they shall vote at Seshuri also. For Ahafo, they shall vote at Esunafo North. For Bono, they shall vote at Sunyani West. For Bono East, they shall vote at Techima South. For Oti region, they shall vote at Kratch East. For Northern region, they shall vote at Tamale Central. For Savannah, they shall vote at Damamu. For Upper West, they shall vote at Wa Municipal, that is Wa Central. For Northeast, they shall vote at Nalegu Gambaga. For Upper East, they shall vote at Bongatanga Central. Ladies and gentlemen, there are also key information that I need to bring to your attention. As it has been indicated by the Elections Committee, that This election is and will be organized and conducted by the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is the sole body that has been mandated to supervise the elections tomorrow. For issues of security, the Ghana Police Service, led by the IGP, will be in charge of security. Let me repeat this statement again. Security shall be handled by the Ghana Police Service. The party has not invited National Security, National Investigation Bureau, or any para-state institution to handle security tomorrow. Security will rest in the bosom of the Ghana Police Service. The party has not also contracted any private security or individuals to beef up security at the police center. And we have given firm instructions to the Ghana Police Service that any unauthorized person who comes to the voting center to parade himself or herself as a security person should be accosted by the Ghana Police Service. So please let us take note. We want to make sure there is order at the polling center, and that is why we have given the security arrangement details and to secure our polling center by the Ghana Police Service. Again, delegates are also to take note that the party did not print any accreditation for delegates. But however, for any delegate who go to a voting center, you must provide proof of identity. And the proof of identity can be in the form of any national ID, i.e. your voter's ID, your passport, your Ghana card can guarantee as a form of identity for you. To parade himself or herself as a security person should be accosted by the Ghana Police Service. So please let us take note. We want to make sure there is order at the polling center, and that is why we have given the security arrangement details and to secure our polling center by the Ghana Police Service. Again, delegates are also to take note that the party did not print any accreditation for delegates. But however, for any delegate who go to a voting center, you must provide proof of identity. And the proof of identity can be in the form of any national ID, i.e. your voter's ID, your passport, your Ghana card can guarantee as a form of identity for you. Likewise, your party ID card. You can also present your party ID card to the voting center. And we are also cautioning our delegates that no one has a right or no one should wear any attire of any of the aspirants. No attire will be allowed which has a picture of any of the aspirants or which even has a number on that attire. You can wear your party colors, but take note that you are not supposed to wear any attire which projects a particular candidate or indicates a particular number to vote for. Again, the Presidential Elections Committee has also made it clear that the declaration of the results reside in the bosom of the Electoral Commission. Voting starts at 7 a.m. and it closes at 2 p.m. Afterwards, the Electoral Commission will proceed to count the votes at the various polling centers, and the results will be sent to the regions. The region will do their own collation before it comes to the National Electoral Commission office. After the Electoral Commission has declared the results, then officially the party will declare the winner of that elections, which is tomorrow. Fellow patriots, as a party, we have come at a very crucial moment. In order to win the elections in 2028, we need to understand that we have to carry each other. We need to understand that as a party governed by rule of law, as a party that believes in internal contest, this is something that our forefathers have been doing or did in the past. Many people will come into contest. Many people will show their interest to lead our party. But at the end of the day, it's only one person who will have the nod to lead the party as a flag bearer. Just as our predecessors did it in 1992, 1996, 1998, 2007, 2010, 2014, and 2023, and now 2026. The unity of the party has always been paramount. For us as a party, we must understand, irrespective of which candidate that you will support, tomorrow, after the close of polls, we should be able to close our rank and understand that we will need each other before we win the elections in 2028.
Morning, and wherever you're joining us from, this is the GhanaWeb studios inside Accra, and we are here to bring you what is today a big event for the largest opposition party in Ghana. The New Patriotic Party is the MPP Flagbearership Primaries, which is happening across all 275 constituencies in the country. It's a big day for the MPP, a party that led Ghana from 2017 all the way to 2024 when they lost the mandate to the ruling party, the National Democratic Congress. But the party is rebuilding. It says it wants to make itself more attractive to the Ghanaian voters. But today, it will start from the delegates, when delegates gather across the 275 constituencies. We're talking about over 200,000 delegates who will make their messages clear through their votes as they go to the polls. It's an election to elect the leader, next leader for the MPP. And here at GhanaWeb, we are bringing you all of the coverage right from this morning to when the final results come out and that winner is finally declared. My name is Eche Atisu. I will be with you for the greater part of the whole day, bringing you all of the numbers, all of the events, the happenings, the highs, the lows. You get them all here on GhanaWeb TV, even as we cover this very crucial election of the New Patriotic Party. And I need to let you know that the fates of 5 gentlemen are actually the ones in the balance now. 5 men, 3 of them who have actually been in this race before. They are not new to the election of flag bearership, but they are back, plus 2 new other faces, although not necessarily new in the party. These are leading figures of the New Patriotic Party. I'm talking about a former vice president, also former flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Bawumia, who is also in the contest now. There's also a former member of parliament for Asin Central, Kennedy Agyapong, who is also in the race the second time. Also, we have Dr. Brian Agyapong, as well as, Dr. Brian Agyapong is MP for Abetifi, also in the race there. There is also Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, who is a former minister of education and actually the sitting member of parliament for Bosomtwe. And then the third candidate who is not new to this race is that's Kwabena Agyapong. Kwabena Agyapong is a former general secretary of the MP, who is also in this race. And then finally, not the least, we also have, that's 5 people, yes, 5 people, 5 of them who are actually in this contest. So it's a race for the flag bearership. These are gentlemen who want to lead the MPP. They've been crisscrossing the country in the last few weeks, if not months, sending their messages across to the delegates, telling them why they are their preferred candidates for this next election. It's a crucial election. I mean, coming in to this election, but we'll break down all of the details for you. Once again, welcome to this coverage of the NPP flag bearership coverage of here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. I will be your host. Let's begin first of all in knowing what is happening. We need to know what exactly to expect from today, where all of the action is going to happen, who to look out for, all the fine details around this election is what we want to look at now. And here in studio, I have one of our bosses here at GhanaWeb, Head of Operations, Mr. Solomon Sasu. He's in studio with me. He's going to bring us all of the details as to what to expect today. What have the party leadership been saying? What have the candidates themselves been saying as well? Mr. Sasu, good morning.
Good morning, Nechi. How are you?
I'm well.
I can see you are doing very well.
Thank you.
You are very ready to get viewers to understand what is really happening on the grounds.
That's the job today. Full day. Yeah. We are prepped. We are ready for all of it that's coming.
Exactly.
You have been looking at all of the things that have been said by the party leadership, by the candidates themselves, and what to expect. Generally, what should we be looking at as we get into today? Because I believe by now, voting has started across all the constituencies.
You know, as a media house, a brand that is known to many Ghanaians, we owe it as a responsibility to provide Ghanaians what they want. You understand? Politics is one of the very things that people show a lot of interest because their welfare, their lives, and everything depends on it. And so when a party set out to elect somebody who they think can represent the party to lead the country, it is important, and you realize that our audience are very much interested in who becomes their next leader. And so in same or similar fashion, GhanaWeb also have the responsibility to let them know and understand what is happening so that it will help them to get their preferred choices. Our responsibility here is to provide them comprehensive, full coverage of events that will be happening at the various constituencies, like you have already said, about 275, including one at the national headquarters,
yes,
making it 276. We have reps, reporters scattered all over who will be giving us every detail. If a pin drops on the ground, we are assuring our viewers and audience that we will make the information available to them. So our responsibility today is to provide them a comprehensive, full coverage. And so some of the things that we'll be doing today is to get analysts, people who understand politics and they know the dynamics of elections like this, get their views. We'll be taking reports from the various constituencies where our reporters are scattered over and all that. And then we'll also get representatives of the various candidates. You know, like you have said, Honorable Kennedy Agyapong, Dr. Brian Agyapong, His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Yao Osei Educhumi Engineer Kwabena Agyapong.
Yes.
Will have their reps here to also tell us their expectations of this elections. And so in all, those are the very things that we'll be doing. We'll be calling in analysts to assess the process, how everything is going. Again, we'll also get the security men to tell us their preparations so far. We'll get some MPP leaders, the leadership of MPP, to also tell us about the preparation they've made internally to ensure that there is success at the end of the tunnel. And so, like you've already said, that like from the MCR, they also try to play the messages from the various candidates. They recently just saw the General Secretary also telling us about some of the things. So all those things are put together, full package, to present to our viewers. And so they should stay glued to GhanaWeb TV and expect the best to happen to them. That's what I can say for now.
So we, like you've mentioned, it means that we are giving them a 360 coverage of all of this. But regarding the elections itself, the party elections, generally, what's your general expectations of how things are going to turn out?
Okay, what I don't want to take a position. But what I want to say is that, you see, when the various candidates were crisscrossing, a lot of messages were going on. Some were very castigating enough and all those things. So you realize that tension got at its peak. We are just hoping that at the end of the day, when when the result is declared, tensions will calm down and everybody will accept the result the way they are. I think after here, the next step for the MPP to do is to ensure that there is unity. You already talked about the fact that they've started a rebuilding and whatever process and all that. This is the beginning of it. And so we saw how tension rise. It is to be expected. It is okay. It is normal. But we expect maturity to reign at the end of the day so that the party can bounce back, put itself up for next general elections. You know that opposition also play a role in checking the ruling government. Yes. And then so they are very much as the government in place is very important, the opposition is also equally important. And so we don't need to see the largest opposition parties scattered. We need to see them bringing alternatives so that in the event that this ruling government is unable, Ghanaians can hope that they have another party in waiting that can bring them the kind of hope and all things like that.
There are three names in this race that are not new. It already looks like a two-man race.
Yes.
I mean, the contest between the former vice president and also former member of parliament for Asin Central, Kennedy Agyapong. Do you also see it that way? Could there be surprises from any of the other candidates who we've not?
It's elections, and the most popular at the end of the day wins. You see, people are expressing all forms of views about what is going on the ground, but you need to understand whether the people who are declaring are saying that this one will win, this one. You need to be sure whether they have the delegates who have the right to be voting. You understand? Obviously, you see Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Agyapong are different characters. Most of the things, their views, their ambitions and whatever seem to be quite different. The way they handle themselves and all other things. These are the things that the majority of the delegates are going to decide on. You understand? And so the last elections, the last one that happened in 2003, we saw how everything worked up. Eventually, Dr. Bawumia won with 61%. Kennedy Agyapong was around 37 point something. And so we are just hoping that the delegates do their own form of examination to see what they want and go and vote for who they like. At the end of the day, when the results are declared, we all expect unity, that everybody accept it and then they allow calm to prevail. That is all that I want to say. I don't want to state a position and say this one is winning, this one no. I'm not in a position to do that for now. I'm just hoping that at the end of the day, a declaration is made that everybody will accept, and then people will see that MPP is really, because the most important thing is to have a stronger opposition that can see through what government is doing and bring very good alternatives.
All right, Mr. Seso, I'll leave you shortly, but I mean,
and all that there is to ensure that they actually understand everything that is happening at the various constituencies till the declaration is made.
Mr. Solomon Sasu, that's head of operations here at GhanaWeb. And I mean, giving us the breakdown of all of the things you should be expecting. Once again, it's a race between 5 gentlemen. Well, unfortunately, there's no woman in this race. 5 gentlemen between the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, Dr. Brian Achampong, Dr. Yaose Duchum, and Kwabna Agyapong. These are all leading members of the party. Right now, I want to take you into some real numbers. Actually, Let's bring you the profiles of these gentlemen, all 5 of them. At least we know Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is former vice president, also former flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Then also Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, who is former member of parliament for Asin Central. This is the second time trying to lead the party as well. The third person who is in the race for the third time is a former general secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Kwabena Agyapong, who is in there as well. Then there's also former Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, who is also in the race, and also on GhanaWeb TV, our continuous coverage of the MPP flag bearership primaries coverage here on GhanaWeb TV. GhanaWeb Studios is our continuous coverage. Some more analysis, political analyst and broadcast journalist Ismail Ahmed Melori is here with me. Hi, Ismail. How are you doing this morning?
Thank God.
Yes, it's the MPP's big day, and well, as you know, it's an election of the next leader of the party, a contest involving even a former leader of the MPP himself, a former vice president, who many have touted as the man to lead. Then there's also a close contender who is former member of parliament. Generally, first impressions, what do you make of this contest?
Good morning to all of our viewers across the globe. We thank the Almighty for this time. As you indicated, today is a big day for the party and Ghana as a whole, because if we have a government in power, we expect to have a vibrant opposition that will keep the government on his toe, right? So that's the expectation of all Ghanaians, right? So NPP being the main opposition party as a government in waiting, right, in 2028, as we were all expecting, most of Ghanaians are expecting, right? So we think today being the big day for the party, we expect to see all the electorate will trickle in and vote so that everything will come on successful for the party and Ghana as a whole.
You mentioned that the MPP wants to be a convincing opposition, which is supposed to be the case. Do you think that the party has been convincing enough? It's just been over a year of opposition. There have been several talk about how they've handled themselves, and even in parliament and all of that. The parliament, they call themselves the mighty, 87.
Yep.
You think that the MPP has been a convincing minority or opposition so far, one that would make people interested to give them the nod once again?
As I indicated earlier on, though people will have a little doubt about their capability of keeping the government on his toe, but if you look at the sequence of events during the recent parliament sittings, as you indicated, the mighty 87, right? So
mighty
you could see that they are trying to keep the government on his toe, right? Not only some of the unlikely event that we don't want to witness during the parliamentary proceedings. You could see that some of the event they will boycott or walk out and whatever it is a signal. Now, although NPP suffered a humiliation defeat from the hands of Ghanaians, I will say it so, right? Because it's the Ghanaians electorate who elect, right? So they face a humiliation defeat. So it will be difficult to come out of that defeat. I don't know how to put it. You know, it will be difficult for any political party, because if you look at the history of Ghana, history of the Ghanaian politics, although we all know where the politics begins in Ghana, from Axim, the Western region. That's where the political begins in Ghana, Axim, all the way. Although if you look at the NPP, they have three traditions: the Dankwa, Dumbu, Buzia tradition, right? And they always look so vibrant. Always look so vibrant on the field, on the ground. You see, but coming out of that
No, so this is, yes, Bumpurugu, that's the northeast region. In fact, in the northeast region, they had almost a perfect score of 100% turnout for delegates. In other places, well, they're ranging between 80 to 60, thereabout, even all the way to Accra. What do you make of what to expect? Are people going to go out today to actually vote?
You know, people, most of the electorate are so apprehensive.
Apprehensive about what?
About, they wanted to know who is going to lead the party
in
2028.
Is that going to translate into their votes?
For sure. I'm 100% sure about it. You see, it's early days here. It's just less than an hour when the right. As you indicated, the Northeast region is the home ground of the former vice president. Even the last election, we recorded 100% for him in that region in particular. So it's not surprise. It won't surprise anybody. I expect even beyond that. Right? So by close of the day, I'm 100% sure that people will turn up massively. Out of 2020 election, we have 275.
274,
275.
Okay.
Then the SAL, the issue of SAL, came out, right? Then the NCC Electoral Commission did whatever they can do, and we make sure we get the Guan constituency in place, right? So we have 200. The 2024 election, we have 276 constituency. So if we are going to include the one at the headquarters, the national headquarters, it's going to be a total of 277. Or maybe you can check and see for
so
for
I believe so. That's it. So currently, at least we have 275. So there are 276. If we add the
national
headquarters, it will be 277. So for number it's 276 because we don't have SAO.
333 centers across nationwide, across the 16 regions. Right. So I hope, and I'm 100% sure that by close of the day, everything will go on successfully. I'm very much optimistic that every electorate will come out to vote.
What do you make of? We actually checked, and we have 276. So the Guan is the combination of the SAL area.
SAL, yeah.
So all right. But what do you make of the provisions for security? Are we to expect some across
security? I'm 100% sure. I'm very much optimistic that the security grounds and sure they tackle every couple of cameras. So although we can't dismiss that one, some few issues will be recorded. Definitely, it's an election, right? There are five candidates. Everybody has
their own constituency,
right? The issue
talking about closing the ranks, even after the polls, and where even there have been calls that, however the elections turns out, people should quickly regroup and ensure that the party is united. What do you make of that? Is the party on track to fully be united, or you think that this election could even further deepen the cracks within it?
You know, there is a certain powerful element into the political arena that has already been set in motion. That's most of the time when a party go back to opposition, right, with this kind of humiliation defeats, it looks difficult for them to regain their feet, right? So some will say that maybe after this, normally per the party constitution, they're supposed to start from the grassroots elections, right? And they thought that this will help them to regain their, to unite the front from the grassroots up to the top post, right? So as some of people speculating that after this election, there will be a cracks, but I don't think so. Because the Dankwa Dumbo tradition is a very strong tradition. The Dankwa Dumbo tradition is a very, very strong tradition. If you reflect your memory way back from during the time of Moro Igala, the Akukosa and the rest, there's Victor Osu, the Dankwa, Idweda Kufadu, JB Dankwa, right? William Oforiatta and the rest, during the heydays of Park Grant, right? You could see that the tradition the Dankwa Dumbo tradition is not a small tradition that will be taken for granted that after this election there will be a crack.
So they're not scared that the party could further disintegrate into disunity?
I'm not sure. The party's tradition is a very strong tradition. They used to say, yeah, party for a kukuduro for party. They have the big chest. Then wherever it is, they can overcome whatever the situation must be. The NPP tradition, the Dankwa Dumbo Buzia tradition, they are strong. They will be strong enough. They are strong enough to overcome every obstacles that will come after this election. And I'm not sure there will be, although it has been a cliche, as some people will speculate that something like this will be happening, but I'm not sure.
You don't think it will?
No.
Okay. But do you think that the messages that the candidates have been selling to the delegates are encouraging enough? Are messages that would reinforce these talks about unity? The messages that have been sent around?
Yeah, if you look at all the 5 candidates, they have sent a good message down to the descending list, to all the electorates, and including those who are not eligible to vote. We have, although they have expanded the electoral college, but I don't think all MPP members will be able to vote.
Well, those are, you need to be a delegate. You can be a member of the party without being a party delegate. Is that not so? You can be part of the party but not be a delegate who has the right to vote. Because there are people who follow or are members of the party but not necessarily card-holding members. So yes.
So that's why MPP have over 5 million supporters, but about 213,000 plus are going to vote.
Yes,
as you said. So you can be a member of the party, you are not a card-bearing member, so you are not qualified as a delegate to vote on this day. You see? So the message that all the 5 candidates, all the 5 aspirants has put into the public domain, I think, is good for all the grassroots, all the party members to accommodate it and be sure that there is a unity. No matter what's happened, life will still go on. The party will be strong after what's happened today.
All right. You're still here on GhanaWeb TV as we bring you a coverage of the MPP Flagbearer race. And I'm in studio with Ismail
Ahmed
Melori. Yeah, so Melori is here. I mean, we'll be coming in and going out of studio to ensure that we are getting you as much details as possible. But I just want to let you know that elections have, the voting has started across many of the constituencies. We are getting reports from all of our correspondents across, at least from the Ashanti region. We understand that in the Kwadaso constituency, as of 7 a.m., there was a massive turnout of about 250 delegates already. By 7 a.m., when the voting has started, this number of people had already showed up at the place, and I'm sure by now many of them have been able to vote. Also in places like, yes, that's Kwadaso for you. Adanse, Asqua as well. We know that there have been votings. We've seen some pictures, some videos, and all of that. Well, back to you, Ismail. Well, you know, coming into this election, one of the biggest talking points was around whether it was a good decision for the party to hold the Flagbearer race first, as against what used to pertain in the past, where we would hold the elections from the ground up. This time, it's the other way. The Flagbearer race first, then it trickles down. You think that it's a good decision? Of course, we are here. But do you think that this is really going to help with all the other decisions that must be made in terms of leadership? When this is done, does that help the other levels of leadership?
You know, sometimes as you used to say, when the going get tough, the tough must get going. The MPP hierarchies know exactly what they are doing. You get me right? Because sometimes if you think we have to move away from this and create another strategy that will revamp the party to be on his feet, I don't think there is anything wrong about it. You get me right? Because as you said, we normally know that they start it from the constituency level, the branch and the constituency upwards to the flag bearership. But based on what happened during the last election, 2024 election, upon sober reflection and going through their reports that received from the constituencies, the Makokwe report, right, went around and received full report about what went wrong for the party to be humiliated this way. So based on that, they thought they should come out with a new strategy that will help the party. So I don't think maybe starting from the flag bearership rate will change anything. Maybe it would rather be a blessing in disguise for the party. As after today's election, I hope and I'm sure everything will come out successful, will go on successful. After declaration, then the hierarchy, the executive party, the National Executive Council will sit down and decide. I know it is in process. The other branch election, the constituency election is on its way after this election, right? So I think it will set a good pace for the party to be on their feet, to get more united.
We've not seen much of the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, in this season. Would it not have been nice to have seen him, maybe, or you think that because it's an internal election, it's just right that he stayed back? Well, his former vice president, his lieutenant, is in the race, and things like that. What do you think of that? Is it okay that he stayed back?
Although he is the immediately past former president, right? So is he alone? We have J. Okufor, former president, although I will put it, he's looking incapacitated, so he can't come out as we expect him. Even during the 2024 election, a few times we saw him coming out to contribute his quota, right? But former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has a role to play. He has a pivotal role to play in this election because for now he is the face of the party until
a new leader is elected.
Yeah, right. Now that they are in opposition, nobody will mention Bawumia as a former president. Rather, Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as a former president. Right? Yes. So he has a huge responsibility to handle, pivotal role to play, but I'm not surprised. Maybe he also has his idea about how he wanted to manage the situation for the hierarchy, because already people are speculating that he has been the right-hand man to select Bawumia, because some of the people are saying that Bawumia is a stranger. You know, people are saying.
Well, is that still a valid point to be making, that Bawumia is a stranger? This is a man who was in opposition as running mate for 8
good years,
came into government and has served another 8 years as vice president. If that was a human being, that's a 16-year-old child.
It's enough.
Is that still a stranger?
But some of the party members still.
Why do they maintain that?
I don't know. The tradition is a Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition. You see, if you look at the party ideology, policy, and legacy, you could see that the Kufuor fashion are from the Buzia tradition, right? The Akufo-Addo fashion are from the Dankwa tradition. You see, and those Moro Igalas, the Northness, that is where Bawumia is from. So based on this, they have a true tradition, Dankwa Dombo Buzia. So I don't understand how some of them still insist that Bawumia is a stranger. He belongs to the Dombos. Dombos is part of the tradition, the true tradition. That is unify the strong party.
You don't think that could translate into votes where people, the mindset that he's a stranger? Well, he's won flag bearership.
The previous election, what did you see?
61%,
yeah. Overwhelming. So I don't think the stranger issue that they keep on putting it will have a negative on his.
But some people have argued that Bawumia as presidential candidate into 2024 did what is being described as historic. He comes out early after the elections to declare that, well, we've conceded, and there have been these kinds of conversations around why that was not good for the party, even though the former vice president has come out several times to explain the rationale behind that. You don't think that quietly people could, if it's the right word to use, punish him for doing that?
I'm not sure. Bawumia did the right thing. You know, during the election, we all witnessed what happened during the election, right? So for him to come out early, we have our coalition center. Most of the media house have our tabulation center. So, and most of the parties, even the independent candidates, all have a coalition center. They have their database. So at the result quickly trickle in, everybody knows his position already. In US of A, I'm moving out of the routine a bit to put some few example. In US of A, if you monitor the US of A elections, you see latest by 6 hours.
Okay.
Although in US they have electoral college and popular, they have electoral vote and popular votes. So you have 275 popular votes, electoral votes to win the election.
Ismail,
so
let me just hold you briefly. Let's go to the phone lines now. Let's speak to Deputy Director for Research at the Electoral Commission, Frederick Tete, to tell us what's the preparations and what they've observed so far. Frederick Tete is Deputy Director of Research at the EC. Hi, good morning, Mr. Tete. If you can hear me, how's the morning going so far? How's work for you across the country as Electoral Commission? What have been your observations so far? Hello, Mr. Tete, can you hear me? Yes, if you can hear me, I was asking, how have your preparations been? I know elections have started already, but what have been your observations regarding ongoing voting across all the constituencies so far? Is it better?
Just started on time.
Okay. All right.
So far, no problem. Yes, I just said something on the Bawumia, for which I moved from some of the centers where I am. And I'm at the Bawumia, the atomic energy football field. It's a little bit crowded, but I think they've created additional centers within to expedite the process. So far, so good.
Okay. Did voting start, or has voting started in all of the constituencies? Are there any reports of any constituencies without any voting yet?
So far, my link with the other regional directors, the 16 regional directors, and the district officers indicated that, but the voting started exactly at 7. Some just few minutes after 7. But so far there is no problem.
All right. As EC, it's not the first time you are handling any election like this in the country, but are there any peculiar situations, or is there any difference this election poses in terms of challenges that you have been able to identify? And if so, what have been the measures that have been put in place? You say that voting has started across all of the constituencies. So
I'm not getting fully your question very well.
So I'm asking that, I know it's not the first time you're handling elections, but
yes,
this is an internal election for the NPP. Is there any peculiarity to this that has forced the EC to maybe bring in some new measures, anything of the sort?
Okay. This is one of the elections where normally, if you could remember, as far back 1996, they converge at one location and have the elections. And over time, they've reformed the processes where we have the elections, we take the elections right up to the constituents, rather than bringing them to a central location where they all vote as a go. And I think over the years, this innovation has been quite good. It also will help in terms of getting the results on time for declaration to be made. What I've seen is that our officers are quite, apart from the numbers that were given in terms of the number of centers, they are innovating in terms of when you come here, it's supposed to be A and B, but within the A, within the B, because they were giving enough registers, albums, within the A, you have 2 centers within the A, or polling units within the A, right? And then within the B, you also have 2 polling units within the B. So in other words, you have 4 streams of sections or centers, 7 within the 2 polling centers, right? And it's facilitating the process. And one thing that I've also noticed is that the information given to the delegates for them to come with an ID. So far, I've not seen anybody coming in without an ID. Either their Ghana card, the voter's ID, health insurance card, or even passports. So they're coming in with this document that helps in facilitating the process. Easy identification of their names in the physical copy of the register, and then going through the process. And we hope and we are appealing to the delegates. Be patient in the queue. Obviously, you will be served. People should not panic. And so far as you are in the queue, if it gets to 2 o'clock and you are still in the queue, we'll serve you. So people should not panic. I've seen situations where the queue, formation of the queue is becoming an argument and what have you. People, you don't need to. You don't need to. So we appeal to the delegates. They should exercise patience. Just spend some few minutes in the queue and you'll be served.
All right. What are you are in charge of research, so I just want to find out what kind of contingency plans you've put in place. This is technology we are working with. In case there is any glitch somewhere, is there any contingencies you've put in place so that when any of these things happen, you are quickly able to resolve them?
Would you be specific as to what you're talking about? What will happen?
Well, like I mentioned, these are technological gadgets we are using. In case a system has a glitch somewhere, what are the contingencies like?
Okay, to explain, at the polling centers, we are not using any technology. I made mention of the physical hard copy of the album. So it's the paper album that we're going through. We are not using the BVD. No verification. What we have is that the queue controller has the register. He or she will check your name in the register before allowing you into the inner perimeter. And in the inner perimeter at the table, we have an officer with a copy of the album as well. So you'll be checked twice before you go through the process. So it allows the kind of the balancing and the check. Right. And you have the agents of the candidates also lined up closer to the register. They also have their copy. Okay, so if the name of the person is mentioned to the officer having the register at the table, they hear it and then take also in the. When you talk about technology, the only section of technology that we're going to use in this process will be the transmission of the results. Okay, to the regional directorate, and then from the regional directorate to the head office. And we are going to use simple tools like the phones that you're having.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Frederick Tete, thank you very much. Deputy
Right. You're
Director
welcome.
of Research at the EC. Thank you for speaking with us, telling us about the preparations of the EC and what they've been doing and the appeal he's made to delegates across the country. And so you heard Frederick, he was telling us about how, at least, I love one thing he says, that the communication around the identification for the delegates seem to have gone down very well. So everybody is appearing at the centers with their ID cards.
I think that will help the process more. And even I'm expecting a polls to be closed even before the time that they put it. You get me right? Because the message has gone down there to the grassroots, those who are coming, the eligible voters that are coming to vote. So as he indicated, you can see that the thing is moving on smoothly. It is moving on smoothly, and I expect the thing, I expect things will work more smoother than we expected.
Okay,
you get me right?
All right.
Because if it could have been a different direction, maybe we were having a problem one or two places. But concerning the ID cards, it's for identification, right?
Yes.
4 different identification that the electorate are coming out with.
So passports, Ghana card, voters ID, and I think that's the
party card.
Party card, yes.
The 4 identification document. So it's okay. It will help the process to move on smoothly. It's a very, very good idea that they put in. So I hope things will move on smoothly than what we expected. Even the time that we put it, the time frame that we put it, I expect the thing to end before that time, because things are moving on smoothly. Per the information that we gathered from the grounds.
So let's go to Domain now and bring you visuals of what is happening there. We'll be showing you some of these videos of some of the voting that's happening across the country, where our correspondents are dotted, are stationed. We would go there. Now let's take a video from Domain, how the election is going on there.
Allowed to run this one. So, oh, the band say, I'm just wondering why I'm saying
see that.
So you can be here outside and report, but you can't go inside.
Okay. Oh, God, the fire.
and its environs. What's happening there? As you saw in those pictures, you saw some of the delegates in queues preparing to take to actually vote in this election. I want us to now watch a video of Joseph Osei-Owusu, who is the chairman of the NPP's Presidential Elections Committee. He's also former First Deputy Speaker of Parliament and also former Member of Parliament. So he was speaking in Asante Bekwai ahead of these elections. Let's bring you that interview now.
The Cassian Kromaya, the CM Fakalopi Biamazo, executives know Hanoa, but the Hian is an uncompromised Abano, being a part to media freely. They meet by a meeting, being a campaign, I don't hear the power. With many who are sorted, those of the Bial Koswa, just will be campaign. Yeah, said the Everton any available for Benjamin Aduma, the mom for the trauma. Said what I say, with the if you grow, if you talk into your pigeon who and nay drew me, Boko Pa, said a man who we are to not be Boko now for baby. Send Yen say, Yana, your partner who do you for in I am 12 and we shall say no super professor, no sooner Fakra, and Yamoyans or Hayama. No me no upon. One no me no only lie muda de bia de na just wakeche emu no me no bona wala mudia ene na just ya ma kwa no ato de enti eno pa ho a ye be kan no wa hayara na ya declare no wa haya de wanye bia be botu bia mo bia ata ansa na principle wa ha no o de ha results no wa transmit yakọ kumase na kumase for so cancer ntemamu de nyina abom almost at to do almost transmit the conquer. Nine crowns what you can in our bone. Yeah, to do when I didn't put him away. It's Electoral Commission office. Okay.
So that was the chairperson of the MPP's elections committee, Joseph Osei-Owusu. He was speaking in Asante Bekwai this morning, actually. Even though he spoke in Chi, he was actually talking about how he is happy that the elections, the voting is going on well and that people are coming out. He doesn't hope that any incidences will happen. And then he also said that the elections will close by 2 p.m. So those who are in the queues by 2 p.m. can't get to vote. But if you are not there before 2 p.m., well, you miss the chance to be able to cast your ballot. So that's him there. We got some visuals also earlier. Ismail is still here with me in studio. Ismail is a political analyst and a broadcast journalist. Ismail, you saw Joseph Osei-Owusu there. This is a man who has led the elections committee, the presidential elections committee. What do you make of people like these talking this morning, assuring people that processes are going on well and encouraging people to come and vote?
Already, as we indicated earlier on, people are already poised for action. So you can see from the numbers that people are trickling in as early as around 7:30 there. You can see from what we gathered from other areas, people are already in the queue. Massive crowd are coming out to vote. So I'm okay with what Osei-Owusu, right?
Yes.
What he said. I'm very, very okay. I'm comfortable with his submission concerning how people are comporting themselves. There is no any negativities that will rise from from the onset, right? So I hope the security, or as we say, the security will be on board too. I can see that we have an adequate security around
yes.
that will protect everything. And I don't think any skirmishes will be rising up from now till the 2 o'clock, right? But I'm sure, as you see from the queue, people are already trickling in. Latest by 2 o'clock, I think we will not find anybody in the queue. By then, I think we will be done with everybody, every eligible voter who is coming to vote, to cast his vote. Latest by 2 o'clock, I think everything will go on smooth for.
All right. So you're still here on GhanaWeb TV. Let me take you to the website now. Some of the stories that are leading the website this morning. When you go to the news page of the website, it says MPP primary, the men who have more to lose than the contenders. And this story is about some of the political, these are actually religious actors, people who say they have seen prophecies or have prophesied about these elections. The likes of Prophet El Bernard, Nelson Ashong, there's also Musa Dankwa of Global Info Analytics. There's Prophet Nigel Gazy. There's also Dr. Evans Jia, who is an independent researcher. There's also Dr. George Domfe as well. Prophet Eric Boahin Uche. These are people who have all had a thing or two to say about the elections. And that's the leading story on the news page when you go to www.ghanaweb.com. Other stories are NDC faces exodus, top executives who may have to quit ahead of 2028, because these are people, if you notice, these are people that on the back of that presser by the NDC General Secretary Fifi Kwete, saying that anyone who wants to contest for any position should be looking to step down. Also, ECOWAS Court grants former Chief Justice Tokonu case amendments. And then there's also the story that says why President Mahama wore the Air Force uniform at Military Academy commissioning. Also here, there's a story about the MPP that says from Prof. Edu Boahen to Akufo-Addo, a history of MPP presidential primaries. And that gives you a history of the people who have actually led the MPP from 1992. There was Professor Albert Edu Boahen. And then in 2000, we had John Agyapong Kufuor, but Kufuor had been Flagbearer from 96, also 98, and then in 2000, he won the elections. We also have Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who also followed a similar train. He was in 2007 Flagbearer, he was in 2010 Flagbearer, 2014 as well, 2019. Of course, Akufo-Addo became president in 2017. So that's it. And then we have Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who was Flagbearer of the MPP in 2023. This time, we'll know whether or not he would also become the other candidate who will follow in that trajectory of several flag bearers of the MPP. When you go to sports page, there are also stories like Emmanuel Ajimambedu slams Villarreal coach over harsh Thomas Partey criticism. Jean-Claude Ndala cleared by CAF after chaotic AFCON final. Why Chelsea may not host Champions League last 16 match at Stamford Bridge. Focus on Panama, not England or Croatia. Ajimambedu's word of advice. And then also Brandon Thomas Asante handed 3-game ban. Those are stories on the sports page. Let me take you to business now. 3 reasons for the record rise in gold prices and why they are falling. Also, close fishing season deepens hardship for fishers. That's according to a study. And then the Ghana Water Limited announces shutdown of Aframso water treatment plant. You can go there and read the details. Deputy Energy Minister calls for regional integration to drive Africa's industrialization. And then the GNCCI urges banks to reduce lending rates after BOG policy rate cut. Let me take you finally to the entertainment page where the leading story says Home Alone star Catherine O'Hara is dead. And that's, those of you who don't know, Catherine O'Hara actually was the woman who played the role of the mother of the star in that age-old movie, Home Alone. Then the next story says, inside the alleged coup plot, how a popular actor was recruited against Tinubu. And then Miss Bell rubbishes Prophet Fire Oja's denial. Then the next story that says, they broke into my house. Showboy breaks silence after attempted arrest. And then this one is from Ian, who says that being a celebrity affected his love life. All right. So we're still here in studio with Ismail. Ismail, we've not heard from the security people yet, but we'll also be crossing shortly to some of the constituencies to speak with some of our correspondents who are there. So I know that. Well, let me before I even come to you, I want to read out some of the profiles so we get a better picture of the people who are in this race. Let's start from the very top. Dr. Bawumia, born on October 7, 1963, son of Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, a Ghanaian politician who occupied several political roles, including chairman of the Council of State. And Bawumia seems to be following the footsteps of his father, also at top levels, having risen to vice presidential status. He also attended the Tamale Secondary School and went to the United Kingdom, where he studied banking and obtained the Chartered Institute of Bankers Diploma. He took a first-class honors degree in economics at the Beckham University in 1987. He was first nominated as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo after a third attempt and became Ghana's youngest vice president in 2017 at the age of 53. So Bawumia was flag bearer for 3 times. Well, the third time he won with Akufo-Addo, becoming vice president at the age of 53. At the time he became vice president, he was the youngest vice president ever in the history of Ghana. He was elected as NPP's flag bearer on November 4, 2023. That was the last flag bearer race of the NPP. To the next candidate is Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, former member of parliament for Assin Central. He was born on June 6, 1960. He attended Infantsipim School. He earned a BSc in Civil Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And he also went ahead to Fordham University in New York to study. He owns various businesses, including Ascend Farms, Supercare Group of Companies, and Hollywood Shopping Center. He was first elected in 2000 as Member of Parliament for Assin North, which ultimately became Assin Central. He represented the party from 2012 as Assin Central Member of Parliament to 2024 when he stepped down. He served as chairman of the Parliament's Defense and Interior Committee while in Parliament as well. In 2023, he placed second in the NPP presidential primary to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And again, he is back in this race, hoping to overturn that, possibly win the elections. Let's see how that goes. Let's go to our next candidate, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Born on April 9, 1964, he holds a bachelor's degree in land economy from the KNUST, a master's degree in education management from the University of Laverne, and a PhD in educational policy, planning, and administration from the University of Southern California, USC. Before entering politics, he was a mathematics and IT teacher in the United States for 10 years, founded the International Studies Academy, and later established the New Designs charter schools. He has led the establishment of 35 STEM senior high schools and 5 STEM universities across Ghana, strengthening science and technology education nationwide. Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum is a Ghanaian politician and the sitting member of parliament for the Bosomtwe constituency in the Ashanti region on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. He was also Minister of Education before 2024. Brian Agyapong is the next candidate. He was born on November 27, 1972, served in government as Minister of State at the presidency, held roles at the National Security and Interior, and also was Minister of Food and Agriculture from 2023 to 2025. As Agric Minister, Dr. Brian Agyapong led Planting for Food and Job Phase 2, focusing on supporting farmers, improving market access, and using digital tools in agriculture. He holds multiple degrees in business, law, information systems, security and intelligence from Ghana, the UK, and the USA. He is the founder of the Brian Agyapong Foundation, supporting education, healthcare, farmers, women, youth, and vulnerable groups. Finally on our list, the fifth candidate is Kwabena Agyapong, who was born on 6th of March, 1962 in Kumasi. He's a Ghanaian civil engineer and politician affiliated with the New Patriotic Party. He's a son of Justice Kwejo Agyapong, one of the judges who was murdered during the LEP-NDC era. The judges from the firing squad. One of them was the father of the candidate, Kwabena Agyapong. He attended Infantsbim School and obtained a BSc in Civil Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, served as press secretary to the president, that's President John Ejekun Kufuor, from 2001 to 2006. He contested the MP presidential primaries in 2008 as one of 17 aspirants in that year. He also served as general secretary of the party. So those are brief profiles of our candidates. Those are brief profiles of our candidates. Ismail, rich profiles?
Indeed. If you look at the profiles of all the 5 candidates, you could see that I don't want to be too favoritism on one person, but if you look at the credentials of all of them, Bawumia in particular stand tall. Honestly, let's be objective. You see,
when you say let's be objective, what's that? Is it because he has a longer profile, or is it because he served as vice president? What's the marking scheme here?
If you look at the credentials from where he started, from primary school up to where he obtained his PhD, right? If you look at the credentials, there's no question mark on it. Very rich. And if you look at his political background, where he hails from, he's from a home. His father is the former chairman of the Council of State under Rawlings regime, Dr. Mohamed Mumuni Bawumia. If you look at the whole family of Dr. Bawumia, they're all into the political arena. They are into the political scene, right? So I would say he has been groomed to become a political figure, right? So if you combine his background experience from his family and he in particular, right? From on the scale of 0 to 100, I will give him 99%, right? The credential is very rich, the CV is very rich, and although some of the electorate are singing some songs that the system is being manipulated to one-sided, which is Bawumia.
Is it?
Yeah, it has been a speculation, and sometimes you can't dismiss a media speculation, right? That's what people are speculating about, that the system is being manipulated towards him. But we should remember that the person who is a former vice president, and look at his credentials, he's an economist. You see, he has all the capabilities to win this election convincingly.
Don't the other candidates have the same qualities?
They all have it, but he stands tall.
Is what?
He stands tall.
Oh, he stands tall.
Right. I'm not being favoritism on this. It's on the realities on the ground. If you look at Kobna Agyapong, he's one of the most experienced, I would say, because since 1992, he's been with the party.
Yeah.
Kobna Agyapong. He have a little sports background.
Yeah.
Kobna Agyapong, right? Then, all the way from 1992, during the eras of Professor Albert Idubois, to J. Ekufor's era, up to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Although we have some few challenges, he and Sami Krabs and Afoko, right? But after he came and reunited with the party. So if you go back to his track records, we could see that he's the most experienced. I would say so. He's the most experienced. But when you come to credentials and qualifications, who stand tall among them? I would think Bawumia will be the favorite. Bawumia will be the favorite. But election is you can't predict. You get me right? You can't predict, but anything can happen. But for me in particular, I think Bawumia will be the favorite for this election.
I'm seeing some
old credentials.
I'm seeing some very interesting images and pictures of even MPs who are standing in queues, ready to vote. There's MP for Ahafo Southwest, Elvis Dapa. He's in a queue, and I've seen the MP for Subin as well, Obri Yeboah, also there. Voting is ongoing at Swame. You see people in queues, Manson, Edubia constituency. These are from the Ashanti region.
The stronghold.
Yes. There's also details coming from the eastern region as well. Very interesting. People standing in queues. That's a first, and I like what I'm seeing. At least we are seeing queues, quiet queues, everything moving smoothly.
You see,
so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. We can't rule out some skirmishes in the process. Definitely, we should expect something like that. But I think for now, everything is in the right direction. And most of I'm glad you have cited some pivot members of the parliament who are in the queue, wanted to cast their vote. You know, already in the House of the Representative, the parliament side of the NPP, the minority party, we have a divided mind among most of them. Some of them who are in line with some of their candidates, especially the two front runners, Bawumia and Kennedy Agyapong. You see, I don't want to mention some names, some pivot members of the party. Based on information that we gathered, they are all laid their support to setting the two front runners. I would say Bawumia, because of the last result that we gathered from the primaries, Flagbearer primaries, you could see that Bawumia won, Kennedy was the second. He was the runner-up, right? So based on that, and even Musa Dankwa has came out with some opinion polls that indicated that Bawumia is the favorite with certain percentage, followed by Kennedy or Agyapong. So we are not ruling the two of them out, that they are not capable of pulling any surprise, right? That's why I say it's an election.
You know, it's interesting because you mentioned Musa Dankwa's poll, and that story back on the website, on GhanaWeb.com, that talks about the men who have more to lose than the contenders. It goes to the heart of what you are talking about. Now, Musa Dankwa has hardly had any fails in terms of predicting elections. We have the likes of this prophet, people who have continuously prophesied things that have happened. There's Prophet El Bernard, who's been very firm in his narrative about who he believes is going to win. I had an interview with a prophet last year, Prophet Walasi, who also predicted a win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. These are all people who have said one or two things. Is this not, I mean, is a question I'm unable to properly frame, because is it, which one are we supposed to go with? The scientific research, the religious people? What do you think, make or break for many of these people? Think that some of them are going to have to bow their heads in shame?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. In what respect? Is it
because that's why I say sometimes you can't dismiss media speculation. Some are saying that the system is being manipulated towards one side. It's not so. It's the reality on the ground. You see, Musa Dankwa, most of the time, he has his methodology of polls, right? So he pick up the samples and know the various places that will visited that will give him the pivot to have his polls, right? So as you said, Musa Dankwa always wins, always come out with something that will be a winning figure, a winning figures. If you come out with a polls, at the end of the day, would surely come to a reality. Not once, not twice, on many occasions into the political arena. So some of the polls, some of the prophecies that are prophesying moving towards Musa Dankwa's directions. That's my opinion. I think some of them have a good research background, good research team. They will do a research and see what is on the ground and knows what is going to be the outcome. And based on that, they will prophesize. That's what I think. Because only God knows.
So you don't think that the prophecies are actually prophecies, but they are based on some of these scientific researches?
That's what I believe in. That
so they didn't hear from God?
Based on their background research.
They didn't hear from God?
Only God knows that will come on tomorrow.
Interesting. Right. Interesting.
Although we have a man of God. But for what will happen tomorrow or even next 2 hours, only God knows. Right? But based on research, you get some few opinions, some views from people that will put you into the driving seat. You get me right? So for the prophecies, I think the basis purely on the research. That's what I think.
So just for emphasis, Prophet El Bernard has prophesied consistently that Kennedy Agyapong would win. Prophet Nigel Gazy has said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would win. Musa Dankwa scientific research says Dr. Bawumia is going to win overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
Dr. Evans Dia is also predicting a win for Kennedy Agyapong. Dr. George Domfe is also predicting a win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Prophet Eric Boahen Uche is also predicting a win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So it's a two-horse race. It's Ken and Dr. Bawumia, and you can see that many of them are actually speaking like you said. So we shouldn't expect any surprises. It looks like, because it seems like, is that what it is? Because what happens if there are surprises? Because all along, there's this comfort, there's this confidence that it will go in the direction of one place. What if? What if? Or that's not a possibility we should be...
It will be very, very difficult. Not only that people are thinking that the system is being manipulated to one side, not only that, but purely based on the information gathered from grounds, from grassroots to up, you could see that this is the direction all the electorate wanted the party to be in. You get me right? That's why I indicated that there are two front runners, Bawumia and Kenny. They are the two front runners. You get me right? If you compare, out of Kobina Agyapong has contested, this is the third time, right? On his first appearance, he obtained about 0.4.
When in Okay.
0.40.
Yes.
0.40%. Yeah, 207.
207.
He secured 0.40%. You can check the records for me. The recent one also get the same, less than 0.40. You see, and Edichum also get less than 1%. Edichum was one of the contestants, right?
No, the last time he wasn't.
He wasn't.
No,
This is the first time.
Yes, this is first time. Because he was minister at the time. So the three people who have gone before are Kwabena Agyapong, Kennedy, and then
Okay,
Dr.
then
Bawumia.
Kwabena Agyapong, for the 2 times that he contested,
as that less than 1%.
Less than 1%, 0.40. 0.40%. So it will be difficult to make a huge impact in this election. Honestly speaking, it will be very, very difficult. Bawumia is the clear favorite, but we should see a close contest margin between the two of them. But I'm sure Bawumia is the favorite.
All right, let's go to Prempe. Cecil Prempe is my colleague. He's currently at Nima in the Ayawaso East constituency. Cecil.
Yeah,
hi, how are you this morning? How are things going there? What can you report from Nima Ayawaso East?
Right, so it's voting started at around 7 a.m. From 7 it has been a bit slow, but I see them coming to the numbers, having to pass their votes. From morning it's been slow till now, but what interesting thing is that the breakfast allowed one here for having to pass some also provided also interaction with the presiding officer for the youth Timothy Accra. He mentioned that we are expecting 596 delegates to have their votes today. And they give us a range of the ballot papers, but actually 630. So the matter that people are going to get ballot papers from 7 a.m. votes start or votes started actually soon, but the numbers are from now.
All right. So I don't know if I heard you right. You said the presiding member or someone said that they are expecting what, 596?
Yes.
Is it just at Nima? Is it just at Nima or the entire constituency? The 596 people expected to cast their votes, is it for Ayawaso East in its entirety?
Yes, so it's for the Ayawaso.
Okay. And you also said there was what, 630? Oh, I didn't hear you right.
Yes, 630 ballot papers.
Okay, so there are 630 ballot papers, but the expectation is that 596 people are voting. Wonderful. How many centers have you been to so far?
Sorry, can you come again?
How many centers have you visited so far?
So we visited 2 centers in the constituency, and I can report that it's been smooth from 7 a.m. to now.
What's the security situation like?
Hello?
What's the security situation looking like there?
So for Nima, there's heavy security personnel from immigration, the Ghana Police Service. So they are here. They have banned through cars. Actually, so for Nima, have some police officers and also with movement to affect any whatsoever.
Okay, so you need to reposition yourself. It was difficult hearing you this last time, but if you could just reposition yourself and then let me know. But apart from that, have there been any familiar faces you have seen there? Any leaders of
far, I haven't spotted any. It's just constituency executives who are here, and they're also here to support their various candidates. But no notable faces so far.
All right. Okay, Cecil, thank you very much and take care out there. We'll touch base again much later with you. That's my colleague, Cecil Prempe. He's at Nima in the Ayawaso East constituency. Earlier, I brought you profiles of the candidates who are in this race. There was a little correction we had to make with one of the candidates. So I just want to take that again. That's Kennedy Agyapong. He was born on June 16, 1960. To Francis Ohene Kofi Agyapong and Mary Nsia at Asen Dompim in the central region of Ghana. He had a secondary education at Adisado College in the central region. Earlier we mentioned that he schooled at Infantsipim. That's actually wrong. He actually schooled at Adisado. Agyapong holds a GSC A-level and studied at the Fordham University, New York, USA. He owns a diverse portfolio of companies, including Ken City Media, that's the mother company of Net2 TV, Oman FM. Also owns Ashanti Steel, Agyapong Cold Store, Supercare Group, Platinum Plastics, Minadoro Ventures, Asen Farms, and more. Agyapong was first elected in 2000 to represent the Asen North constituency. That constituency eventually became Asen Central. He became the MP for Asen Central in 2012. Holding the seat until January 6, 2025. So that's a correction there with that profile. All right. So Ismail, we went to Nima there, Ayawaso East, where, well, as you've been saying, so far, this is a very relaxed election. Generally relaxed, yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary. And it's what we've always been asking for. Hopefully, in the future, we'll move away from these papers and we'll go fully electronic. Yeah. So far, it's been okay, right?
Yeah, smooth. Everything is going on smooth.
You're happy about what's happening, the turnouts?
Yeah. I'm very happy because if you compare this election, although this one has been decentralized,
yes,
compared to the
other ones,
so yeah. That's one key idea that he brought that will help all the electorates, the decentralization, which is more important. Or even though the electoral college has been expanded, so when you centralize it, definitely some of the electorate's name will be omitted, not deliberately. If you recall, during the last primaries, we encountered this kind of problem.
2023?
Yeah, right. But this time they have expanded the electoral college and decentralized it. It became more easier for the electorate to come out to vote. That's why you are seeing the numbers. The numbers sound very good, very impressive. So I'm very, very sure that by close of 2 o'clock, proceedings will be ending and everything will go on successful better for the counting. Begins.
All right, so we're still here. We are covering the MPP flag bearership primaries across the country. 5 candidates, their fates are in the hands of over 200,000 delegates for the message to be made clear or not. By the close of today, we would know who the next leader of the new patriotic party will be. That leader will lead the party in its campaign ahead of the 2028 general elections. And so it's a crucial one for the party because also the party that has just come out of its biggest loss in terms of elections in 2024, losing to the sitting government or the sitting party. And so this is crucial for them. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Agyapong, Dr. Brian Agyapong, Kwabena Agyapong, as well as Dr. Yao Educhum. These are all leading figures of the MPP who are in this race, hoping to get the nod of their party delegates as to who is going to lead the party. And that would mean that they are going to follow in the tradition of the likes of Yao Educhum, John Ejikun Kufuor, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who as well is in this race. You think Bawumia is going to follow in that tradition?
There is no doubt about it.
I like the fact that you've been consistent in saying that there's no doubt about it.
Yeah. It's quite clear. It's quite clear.
Okay.
It's quite clear.
All right. I want to take you back to the website because as you know, we're also here on the website bringing you reports on what's happening across the country. Several stories you can find there. While you watch us, you can also be checking in on some of the stories there. Dominic Kwabenya NPP delegates queue overnight ahead of crucial presidential primary. So, you know, I mean, Dom Kwabenya is the biggest constituency.
Yeah.
And so people had to queue overnight. I hope that there are no long queues still there, but as you can see from the voting, there are videos there actually that will show you that people were there for the night before as early as 11 p.m. Friday. They were there waiting just to cast their votes.
That signifies something that people are more apprehensive, poised for action. So they went there earlier on to join the queue.
Yeah.
Right? So this shows the direction which the electorate wanted to be in. They're so poised for action. So I'm not surprised to get this kind of information. If you, we have about 3 or 4 reports from various constituencies, right?
Yes.
Even across the Ashanti region,
Yes.
you have a report that people were there as early as somewhere midnight,
yes,
joining the queue. So people are well prepared to see this event come on successful. If you look at the trajectory, the sequence that we've gone through up till today, you could see that people are more prepared, ready to choose the flag bearer for the new patriotic party. So I don't doubt to hear people have been queued up late from midnight or 11 o'clock in the night till date. And I hope most of them has already cast their vote.
Hopefully.
Those who queued up
from
late night, have already cast their vote, and they can go and relax, and maybe by close of the polls, they will become. I don't know the conditions of which the election commission put it concerning security or whatever, whether you can cast your vote and go and relax and come back again, like the general election that we experienced. Because of this one is a one house election, so maybe it will be better for them to stay around. Hopefully there is not going to be any skirmishes around that will drive people's attention towards some misunderstanding, right? So I hope people will stay around, then wait until the counting begins.
All right. There's also another story that says MPP warns delegates, mobile phones prohibited in inner polling zones. Of course, this is to discourage election malpractices. There's this attempt of people taking photos of what they're doing to take out and things like that. Good mood. I think it's in line with the Electoral Commission.
It's good.
So
It must be curtailed because it doesn't sound well to film when you are casting a vote.
But people want evidence to show you that I voted for you, Ismail.
There's a rules and regulations that's covering the electoral process for the new patriotic party, right? So not only the new patriotic, but even the general election, right? So how come? I think it's good. It's in a good that they must curtail it so that we couldn't experience this kind of people based on what they have received from some of the candidates, contestants, right? So he wanted to film it for an evidence to show him that really I voted for you. But I think we have to move away from that era. We are in more advanced system now, so we have to move. That system must be curtailed. We shouldn't experience this kind of thing again. To film where you are casting a vote so that you show it evident. Maybe the person have given some. It's like you have to clarify the issue of vote buying. Or don't you see?
Well,
yeah,
it's good you mentioned vote buying.
Yeah.
Elections have become more and more expensive. I think that Comrade Agyapong was speaking recently, and he talked about why elections are more expensive now, or difficult, actually. The money factor in elections, is this something we can ever go past? You are talking about over 200 and something thousand delegates in 275 constituencies across some 300 plus polling centers. You want to convince these people to vote for you. And it doesn't seem like it's any longer about the message, but it's more about who can pay more or who can grease palms better. Is this something we can ever go past? This is just party election. So this will translate into an entire national election, possibly in 2028.
What you are talking is more relevant that we need to discuss. And it has been a cliche. It will be difficult to go out of it, but it's possible we can move out of it. Because this shows something, a signal that you have to be well-resourced before contesting an election. About 276 constituencies, over 33 million population of Ghana, or we have about 20-something thousand eligible voters. So, if you are not well-resourced, it means you can't contest for any election. And it's not good. It doesn't sound good. That's where we get the vote buying.
Well, where do they even get the monies from?
I don't understand.
Because I don't think that we've institutionalized people actually donating or supporting campaigns here. It's not like in the Americas or in the more advanced parts of the world where you can clearly trace where monies are coming from.
The source of income.
Here we just hear that somebody is a businessman, he has money and is able to, because at least from reports, we know that even in one sitting, you are paying as much as 20,000 for people coming around. And we've institutionalized, we've accepted these things as TNT.
A huge sum of amount. That will be someone's capital to establish business. You don't call this a TNT. A huge sum of amount. During the primaries, the constituency primaries, we experienced in our constituency, Agyapong constituency, that's where I reside. We experienced one of the contestants giving out 5,000 with a refrigerator.
During the elections, the 2024?
Yeah, 2024 primaries.
You gave out how much? 5,000
5,000 for each delegate. One delegate, 5,000 CDs with refrigerator.
Did the person win?
He lost.
Interesting.
You see? So how can we manage to come out of this situation? You don't need to be well-resourced before contesting an election because you are there to save the electorate.
How do you convince the people? Because you go to them, they will say, well, show something.
And that's why I say it has become a cliche. No matter what, this is what is going to happen. They will rely on what you are going to present to them, right? So you need to go and solicit for a huge fund to be able to contest for an election. Because if one delegate receiving 5,000 Ghana cedis, one delegate, even they will receive it and some will pay more than you paying. So where are we heading towards? We have to manage this situation very well. You don't need to be well-resourced before contesting an election. That's why Kennedy, Kobna Agyapong is complaining, because I don't know whether he's well-resourced than others. Maybe he has the message, but if you don't combine the message with what you know, right?
Yeah.
It will be difficult for people to vote for you. They are tired of listening to the message alone.
So what do they want now?
The money.
That means we're never going to end this, right?
So this situation must be curtailed. You see, we don't have to be in a place for a long time. Without money, you can't do anything, especially into the political arena. You see, because we have some people with good ideas, but they are not well resourced. So how can we push him? Unless he gets those sound finance people to support him. So what about if he wasn't able to get those people on board? So with his good ideas, that we can contribute significantly to the Ghanaian citizenship. Then these people will be sidelined. Although we have the good ideas that he can. Within all the parties, the two parties, in Ghana we don't have any third force.
It's a two-party state.
Two parties. Come watch me. The two parties will be rolling unless something magic, something miracle happen in future. If you go to US office, it's the same. The conservatives, the Democrats, the socialists, the capitalists, it's the same everywhere. Although you have the liberal ones, but it will be difficult to get the third force. Unlike the Benin political, that we got an investor. Yaiboni came and won the election, pushed away the two front runners, the Soglos and the Martin Krekus.
It won't happen in Ghana?
I'm not sure. That will have an investor who is a banker, contest on independent candidacy, win the election for 2 consecutive. I'm not sure we will have it in Ghana. So in Ghana here, even in US of it, the Republicans and the Democrats, right, they are. If you go to the England, the Labours, and it's the same.
Why do you think that we continuously have this system of the moneytocracy or the money bit? Is it not because our leaders are not doing the very things people need, basic things, the very things that will make them comfortable? And people don't have the chance to always meet these politicians or even get to sit with them. So it's like, you've come around today, I see you, I need to be able to at least get something from you, milk you before you go. Is that not the reason?
You know, most of our youth are jobless. And even those of us in the elite, those who have groomed in sound education, most of them will graduate without education, right? So it's something that we need to sit down and work on it very well, how to eradicate this situation, right? Because not only money, because if you go back to your memory, you refresh your memory back, you could realize you have many things that you can contribute to the country. But how can you push yourself unless you pass through some channel to meet some people that will push you to achieve your main objective? You get me right? So if you don't have those opportunities to meet those elite, those personalities that have the links to put you through, then you will be stuck. You become a stagnant. You can't move. You see, so we need to be in a good position that we can push our objective. We can push ourselves to achieve our objective, but not only for money.
All right, Ismail. Ismail is here with me. And we are still analyzing the MPP's presidential primaries that's happening across the countries. There are several videos coming in, messages from across the country. I want us to hear from Dr. Stephen Amwa, who is Member of Parliament for Inshiaeso, giving us a peace message. He spoke this morning. Let's listen to him.
You see the calmness, the peace here, the tranquility, the coexistence, the way they are all talking together. I'm not sure all of them have one candidate, but we are behaving like one family now. And that's the essence of democracy. So I'm very happy about what I'm seeing here. I hope and pray that they say so far so good, but this will get to the end without any incident. I'm only experiencing what I want to experience, and I hope it will get to the end. And I hope it will actually repeat itself, or will go on the way it's going on over here, all the other centers. So at the end of it all, MPP will win. There will be peace. I hope there will not be any incident to mar the democracy and the beauty that we have been characterized with as a fraternity. I mean the MPP's fraternity. We are a very peaceful party. We are peace-loving people. And moreover, it is an internal game. Okay. So what I'm seeing, and the security here too, and the media, it looks as if this is one of the most perfect setup I've ever seen. You see the calmness, the peace here, the tranquility, the coexistence, the way they are all talking together. I'm not sure all of them are for one candidate, but we are behaving like one family now, and that's the essence of democracy. So I'm very happy about what I'm seeing here. I hope
of the people who thought there would be some few misunderstanding between bets. Honestly speaking, we have gathered most of information that is resulting positively from the grounds that we have visited.
Okay.
So
right. Since morning we've not had too many we've not had information about a lot of the candidates going to vote, but we have a video of one of them now, Kennedy Agyapong, going to vote. We want to bring you that video now. Watch as Ken goes to cast his vote.
We've all done our job well to prevent rigging and everything. So I expect a fair contest. I don't think it's an issue because we're all going to come together as one party and work. So there shouldn't be a problem at all. And you should, as for contest, you should expect that sometimes it gets very tough and certain words are used which are not palatable, but hey, you have to take it as it is. And that doesn't mean you should go out of the party. So I hope if I'm the winner, I will be able to bring the party together. We've all done our job well to prevent rigging and everything. So I expect a fair contest. I don't think it's an issue because we're all going to come together as one party and work. So there shouldn't be a problem at all. And you should, as for contest, you should expect that sometimes it gets very tough and certain words are used which are not palatable, but hey, you have to take it as it is. And that doesn't mean you should go out of the party. So I hope if I'm the winner, I will be able to bring the party together. We've all done our job well to prevent rigging and everything. So I expect a fair contest. I don't think it's an issue because we're all going to come together as one party and work. So there shouldn't be a problem at all. And you should, as for contest, you should expect that sometimes it gets very tough and certain words are used which are not palatable, but hey, you have to take it as it is. And that doesn't mean you should go out of the party. So I hope if I'm the winner, I will be able to bring the party together.
That's Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, having gone to cast his vote. I'm sure he voted for himself.
No, definitely.
Voted for himself. But he said some very interesting things. He says in the heat of campaigns, sometimes certain words are used. And you know, Kennedy has been called out many times for how he's gone out against or called out people, spoken in certain languages or said certain words in describing other candidates. And he's saying that today, he says, it's just in the heat of the moment.
He will say so, but we all know Kennedy. We all know Kennedy. I will not say he's an ego person, but when you come into the political arena, we all know the ego of Kennedy. That's his style. He said some words are not palatable. Who throws that words? It will be difficult to hear something from Bawumia or Kennedy, Kobina Agyapong or Edichum or Brian. It's only Ken. And sometimes you can't cheat in nature. That is the reality. You see, so it's about how you manage the ego. How can we manage the ego? If only you know he's an ego person, it's about how you are going to manage the ego. Maybe he's an ego person, but he has some qualities that will impact positive into our lives. So how can we? How can we do? How can you do without him? It's about how you manage the ego. Right? He's an ego person. He's more of those ways. You can see Kennedy. You see, he said something right now that if let's hope there will not be any rigging. So he's still thinking about something that will be rigged.
Or he says he expects a fair contest.
But he also spoke about rigging.
Yes.
It means he think there is some rigging plans around that will derail some process.
Is he not justified to think like that?
Well, he's entitled to.
He's entitled to it. But is it justified?
How can he justify it? He needs to justify it. If there is any rigging plans around. That's why I say some people thought the system is being manipulated towards one side, right? So he needs to justify. So I hope that after these events, after these polls, everything will go on successful. A winner will be congratulated, and the loser will accept defeat in good faith.
Well, he has actually said that he doesn't think that any of these things should take anybody out of the party. So if there's any chance or any thoughts that he could maybe leave the party, like we've seen in the past, aggrieved that he did not win an election, he says it's not a reason he would leave the party. He's already said that, right?
So during the peace pact signed agreement, we realize he's the only person who raised some question about the docket. That there's some few lapses that he cited. Do you come across with it?
Yes.
So from there, that will signify something. That's my opinion. That's what I thought.
Again, it's a contest. This same person that we seem to have all these issues with, ultimately, if he wins, he leaves the party. Will none of these things matter? Will he be marketable enough for the NPP to go into 2028 and say that regardless of our man who can sometimes use words that are unpalatable and all that, regardless of the person who sometimes can raise questions about things that should not even be contested in certain ways like that, we think that he's the best candidate to sell? If he turns out to be the winner,
that would be if anything come out miraculously and he won, it
will be a miracle. Okay?
Yeah. From my point of view, if anything come out miraculously and he wins, it will be a huge task for the party to tackle concerning the marketing issue that you raise. Because we all know Kennedy. We are all humans. We have our wicked side. But if we are going to be a party leader to become a president in future, only God knows. Right? God's choose for us. Right? So the party should prepare for a task ahead for them, how to market him, how to substantiate some issues. Because Kennedy himself can put some issues that he cannot substantiate for himself. We all know when you are a media man, most of these are into the public domain, already in the public domain, right? So there are some issues that he himself cannot substantiate. So the party will have a huge task to handle in case he wins. Everything can be possible. Everything can be possible by the will of Almighty. But it remains with us, especially the party, to tackle that situation. Because it won't be easy. Among the 5 candidates, we all know whom has been well marketed. You know.
Yes.
There is no need to mention any name. Right? In terms of message, you know.
When you say message, what's the message from the most marketable person you're talking about?
We will play some intro earlier on before we commence the program. You can see the viewers have already knows who among the 5 have the best message to convince electorate and Ghana as a whole.
Okay.
You see, I don't want to mention some names, but this election, we know the favorite.
Okay. All right. Let me take you back a little. Earlier, we're talking about the ways we can eradicate or, if not completely, we can substantially reduce incidents of what we call vote buying and all of these things. The MPP might be going into these elections as a major thing now, but it's also a bigger issue around some of the elderly people of the party, Dr. Nyahu Tamaklo, Professor Frimpong Boateng, taking the party as well as other political parties to the Supreme Court, seeking interpretation and asking that the delegate system is quashed. Is this one of the ways to be able to maybe finally get rid of this whole issue of pushing money to buy votes, which sometimes does not even translate into people even listening to the messages people bring about?
Well, if you look at the suit that they suit, has the case been heard?
Not yet.
Although it's a very good move to make sure we truncate those sections of the vote buying. So the delegates, come watch me, they will rely on what the candidate will bring into them, right? So what are we going to do? If we eradicate those problems that is concerning the vote buying and how we are going to exclude the delegates so that it will expand the electoral college so every party member will be eligible to vote. That's the main question that they raise.
Yes.
Okay? So I think it's a good move.
Then it expands the
electoral college. Then every party member, card-bearing member, will be eligible to vote.
Even though that will come with its own challenges, major
Definitely.
challenges.
You can't dismiss that one.
That is one of the ways to ensure that people are not, because if you have an entire party going to vote, you can't tip everybody, like you said, 5,000 CDs. That's
even more than that.
I mean, you said plus what?
Refrigerator, yeah. Okay. You see, so if only the court will hear this case for the elders, Nyahu Tamakulo, Frimpong Boateng, about 3 of them. About 3 or 4 of them.
So there is Nyahu Tamakulo.
They are the founding members of the MPP.
Dr. Christine Amoako Nuyama is a former education minister, and then Professor Frimpong Boateng. Yes.
3 of them. Okay.
These are all very elderly people.
I thought Udwesa is.
No, these are just the suit is jointly in the names of Professor Frimpong Boateng, Dr. Nyahu Tamaklo, and Dr. Christine Amoako Nuyama. Yes.
It will be good for us if only we will move away from the delegate system. It will help. Or don't you think so? It will help because spending huge sum of amount to buy votes from delegates, I don't think it's undemocratic. it signifies a corruption, the system. And we are fighting, we wanted to fight the corruption, to eradicate corruption. How can we eradicate corruption without this kind of few things that we shouldn't think? There are people who receive even a luxury vehicle as a gift. Some of the delegates. You get me right? So if only the court will hear the case and see how we can put this in place and make sure it will be a law.
Okay.
It will be a law. You see, I hope after it will be a problem. It will be an assignment for the parties, political parties, not electoral commission, right? So all the political parties must follow these steps and make sure we move away from the era of delegate voting to receive some huge sum of amounts. Although even when we expand the electoral college and even a normal party member will be able to vote, not just that a delegate, he will also expect something, but not huge sum of amount like that, because you can't pay all of them.
Do you
One
think,
constituency,
yeah,
about 20,000 people, can you pay all of them?
Well, that will be almost impossible.
Yeah, so if they expand it and move away from the era of the delegate system, it will help more. It will help more than what we are in now.
What do you say to people who think that the move by these elderly members is maybe a selfish move, maybe because they have their own interests? Is there any truth in that, or is there any?
I don't think they have some personal interest in this, because if you look at Nyao Tamakolo, is a founding member. Although most
people still question whether or not he's still a founding member of the party.
No matter what it is, the case be, he's a founding member. He and those Darocha, Oduesais, they have his colleagues. Those Hakamaoso Ajiman and the rest. You see, no matter what, the little confusion that I have is about the Mr. Frimpong Boateng. Maybe he will not be one of the founding members. He came in later on.
Yeah.
Right? But those Nyao, those Darochas, those Oduesais and the rest, those Hakman, they are the founding members. So I don't think as a founding member you will have a personal interest. Maybe for the good of all of us.
It means what? Okay.
It will help
all right,
to move away of that delegate system.
Okay.
It will help.
Let's touch base at the executive level. Let's speak to Evans Nimako, Director of Elections of the NPP. They've had things on paper until now. Now the day is here. Let's hear from Evans Nimako. All right. So I don't think we have Evans yet. We would get him shortly though, so that he gives us a breakdown of what the plan was, what the process is, how the process is looking like so far, and whether or not they are actually achieving all that they put on paper. All right. This Nyaho, Tamaklo, and the like matter. Well, we hope that, like you say, hopefully the court actually hears their case, and then if that happens, you think it will be a major turning point for Ghana's politics?
Of course,
because this is not just about the NPP; it's about all the
political parties.
All the political parties. Yeah. Yes,
because they are the most peers.
But you know, the NDC actually experimented along the way this universal suffrage thing, even though they reverted.
Yeah, but I think this court case would be more significant it will impact positive on the system.
All right. Okay. So you are still here with us as we cover the NPP's presidential primaries. It's happening across all the constituencies in the country. If you add that of the NPP headquarters, we are looking at 277, because 276 constituencies are where the elections are going on at. 5 candidates. The fates of these candidates lie in the hands of the delegates, over 200,000 delegates across the country. We have the likes of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, Dr. Brian Achampong, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, and also Kwabena Agyapong. These are the contenders for the race. and they are all hoping that they can get the nod from the delegates of the party as to leading them into the next general elections. I'm taking you back to GhanaWeb.com for some stories there, political stories. MPP primary voting underway at Pastoral Center in Sunyani. So these are reports on some of the places where voting is ongoing. There's also a story about, there's a video that shows you how some delegates at Weja Bawe are casting their votes. Very quiet, very typical of most of the other places where the elections are going on. There is also what we brought you earlier, where Kennedy Agyapong spoke to the media after casting his ballot and the things he said there. Also, there's a story that says Bawumia, Kennedy Agyapong, others battle for NPP Flagbearer slot, which is what is happening today, what the elections is about. And earlier we brought you reports. We told you about how there's been a warning that people do not go into the inner polling zones with their mobile phones. I also mentioned earlier how we had also, I saw videos of some members of parliament in queues actually going there to vote. We saw a video of Dr. Stephen Amwa also sharing some messages with us. Very interesting. We have our correspondents across many of these constituencies. We're hoping that we've spoken, at least we went to Ayawaso East. We got a sense of what was happening there. And we're also going to speak to many more of them. But I can tell you confidently that so far, there have not been any incidences at all, anywhere at all, regarding the elections. We have reports coming in from places like Setre Central. We have reports coming in from Swame, Echuma, Wiabeja, Inwa Bieja, Bieja constituency. Yeah.
Upon Kuma's constituency.
Oh no, upon Kuma is Ofonsa
Yerebi. Okay.
So we have Bantama, we have Subin, Ahafwano South as well. Many of them, Ichuma Kwanguma, MP also here. We've seen him go to cast his vote as well. So the elections are going on. Very interesting pictures we're getting from there. You can actually shuffle between here and the website, and you'll see many of those videos as well. We'll go shortly to Tuba, where in the Gan South constituency, to speak with my colleague, Mandy, who is reporting from there. But Ismail, I think that so far, all right, Mandy is ready. So let's speak with Mandy now. Mandy is on the line from Tuba. Mandy, good morning. Mandy, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning. Okay.
What's happening at Tuba? How's the process going for the delegates there?
Okay, so I am at the Tuba Astroturf. It's a bright sunny day here, and delegates are lined up in their numbers, waiting to cast their ballot to possibly elect their favorite candidates of the new Patriotic Party. And so there are two centers here, Botiano, English, Yamako, Center A and B. I managed to speak with the EC presiding officer, Mr. Samuel Mingil, and he said the total number of voters expected to cast their ballot here are 1,140, and so far over 300 of them have been able to cast their ballot. And so far there haven't been any issues recorded security here is also okay. They are ensuring delegates cast their votes and then exit the premises peacefully. So far, those who are waiting for their turn are actually lined up in a queue. And so there hasn't been any issues recorded here so far. So delegates who have been able to cast their votes are in high hopes and anticipation officers, and they are all assigned to their various posts. We have those who are ushering delegates in, those who are ushering them out of the voting, those stationed outside the AstroTurf, ensuring immediately after votes are cast, delegates are dispersed to avoid any confrontational issues or any chaotic things. And so far, the place has been peaceful. The security is at their job, ensuring everything goes on smoothly.
You mentioned over 1,100 people expected to vote at Kasap. So far, only 300 plus have voted. But looking at the number of people in the queue there and projecting the number, I mean, the time that this election is going to end at 2 p.m., are you able to tell us if we can get adequately over 1,000 people or even all of the delegates in Gas South to be able to cast their votes? Is that possible?
Okay, so looking at the number of people I'm seeing here currently, I believe over a high majority will be able to cast their votes. Even if not the entire 1,140 delegates, at least a high number of people will be able to cast their vote, because so far the process has been smooth. It is very fast, and so once a delegate casts their vote, the next person is also in line. And then those who seem to have issues are being assisted around by security officials to be able to find their way through the voting booth to go and then cast their vote.
Are there representatives of all of the candidates, the 5 candidates, at where you are now?
Okay, so far I've seen Sylvester Tete. He is aspiring for one of the executive positions of the party. And we are yet to approach him and have a conversation with him. He just came in to cast his vote. And so, aside from him, I think others are the constituency executives around who are ensuring that people are able to cast their vote, and then things also proceed smoothly.
The General Secretary of the MPP had stated earlier that they did not want delegates to appear in any branded T-shirts that was advertising any of the candidates. Are they obeying this directive?
Okay, so I think per that directive, a lot of the delegates actually obeyed and adhered to it. I haven't seen anybody in a branded T-shirt. Some are actually wearing party colors, but I haven't seen anybody wearing a branded T-shirt of any candidate here. But outside the AstroTurf, you will see banners of candidates Dr. Bawumia and then Kennedy Agyapong. For the other candidates, I haven't seen any other banners representing them here. But so far, everybody is in a neutral attire, with only a few actually wearing party colors.
All right, Mandy, is there anything else you want to report from there before we let you go? Anything that we've not touched base on?
I think everything has been touched on. The atmosphere is okay, it is serene, it is peaceful, and then we are anticipating that everything will proceed on smoothly. Actually, when I spoke to the EC presiding officer, he said he is hoping that everything proceeds smoothly as it has started so far. And so we are also hoping for the best, and then we wish everybody all the best after the end of the poll.
Thank you, Mandy, and I also wish you all the best. Do take care out there. We'll touch base much later. That's Mandy Ajiman, my colleague who is reporting from Gas South in the Greater Accra region. She's at the AstroTurf in an area called Tuba, giving us all the details around how elections, the polls are going there, the number of people who have voted. She actually stated that over 1,000 people, so actually 1,140 people are expected to vote in Gas South. So far, about 300 of them have been able to do that. And from what she tells us, having looked at the people in the queues and with a projection regarding the speed of the process, it's likely that the process would go through smoothly, and many of the people who turn up will be able to vote. Ismail, great reviews so far. Stephen Amo has talked about it. We heard from Joe Wise earlier. Our correspondents are also talking about, I am seeing many updates from all of our correspondents from across the many regions of the country. I've even seen a picture of Dr. Yao Duchum actually going to cast his vote. It's just reflective of all the things we've talked about, right?
Yep. It's good. So far, so good. If you look at the report that we received, all the report that we received signified that something good is happening. Everything is moving on smoothly. Per the report that she gave from Tuba, the Tuba AstroTurf, the Gas South constituency, it shows something good that, as she indicated, that they were expecting 1,100 something people to cast their vote, but as at now, it's yet to 10 o'clock. About 330 something has cast their vote already. Per the queue that you saw, people that you saw in the queue, it shows that I'm very much optimistic that we'll achieve that 1,100 something vote, because it's something to 10 o'clock and about 330 people has cast, and there are more people in the queue. So I'm very much optimistic that we'll capture that figure, 1,100 something that people supposed to vote.
High hopes. Yeah. Okay. So we've heard from one of the candidates already, Kennedy Agyapong. Now let's hear from former Minister of Education and MP for Bosomtwe, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum.
It's very smooth, peaceful, as expected. And today, history has been made at Bosomtwe. This is the first time a presidential aspirant, a flag-bearer aspirant, has voted in this constituency. So it's a historic moment for us, and I'm excited that this day has come. I'm looking forward to good news in the afternoon. I just want to, you to know that I'm very appreciative of the work that has been done by the leaders of this constituency rallying around me to campaign for me, to do whatever it takes to ensure that we end at the finish line with pride. So we are ending with pride. I'm happy that I'm here today. Tell people that when I was growing up, if somebody had told me that one day you run for the Flagbearership of a major party, the New Patriotic Party, even if the person was a prophet, I would have said, no, not me. But today I'm here. Divine providence.
Yeah, coming in, you saw the mood of the delegates, the kind of appellations they were showering on you. What came to mind?
What came to mind is that even though Sir John has admonished us to fear delegates, I can connect with these delegates. They are my own, and I've served them well, and I hope they will also reciprocate by saying, we thank you for your service to our constituency, and as you aspire to move up, I want to support you.
Like a shita boy.
Go back to Mandy. Why? So those are visuals from across some of the constituencies where we have been covering the elections. You saw earlier from Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, who was in his constituency after having cast his ballot, spoke to the media there. Earlier, you had heard from Kennedy Agyapong, actually, who was also in his constituency after casting his vote. So we are going back to Nima, actually, to speak with Prempe, my colleague who is there. Prempe, what's the update? Hello, Prempe. Cecil, if you can hear me, I was asking, what's the update from Ayaso East, where you are currently? Okay, so it doesn't seem like we have Cecil yet, but that's my colleague at Ayaso East, at Nima specifically, where the MPP delegates in that constituency are actually casting their votes for their preferred candidates. Five candidates. You know, we've come from a long way. The MPP having at a time, 17 plus, then that system was completely quashed. Now we have less numbers. Deepening democracy, is that what it is?
It's good. It's good. Because it will educate some of the electorate that whenever you find a person who is so anxious to be a leader, not one, not two of them, almost 17. That was the one we experienced, yes. The 207.
It was scary.
Yeah.
It was even a little too chaotic.
You throw a wrong signal to the electorate that how come 70 of you wanted to be a flag bearer to lead a party? Because there's something that looked more profitable over there that you all wanted to go to benefit from it. You get me right?
Yes.
So now that they are narrowed the whole system to at least 5, right? It will not go beyond the 5. Or
yes, not
maybe less. 5. If some are not interested, at least 3, 4, or 5 is okay. At least that is normal. But 17 people, that was so outrageous. It's so a wrong signal to the electorate that how comes you are the ruling party, most of you are ministers, some of them are board chairmen, right? So they are well resourced. So what again are you after? That after all what you have achieved in your political career, 17 of you wanted to be a leader to lead the nation. And as I indicated earlier on, when you come to the political, it's a motion. It's something that has already set in motion that we have 2 parties, NDC MPP, NDC MPP. It will be difficult to get a third force in Ghana now. Even how those allies and the rest are trying to create, it will be difficult to get an independent to be a third force.
You think the Ghanaians have made up their minds as to where, regarding the 2 political parties, the MPP, the NDC, so it will be difficult to even if the third force has like a 5%, is that not going to be possible?
It will help the political system that we are running. You see, most of if you look at the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, they have their legacy, their ideology, and whatever they are channeling, right? When you come to the NDC tradition too, most of them are in Nkrumahs. If you study the political terrain, both NDC and NPP, unless you say some of them move away from those, some of them, we have some of the NDC who have moved away and joined the NPPs, and we have those who have crossed carpet from NPP to NDC. But if you look at the ideology and legacy of NDC, most of them are from Nkrumahs, originated in Nkrumahs before moving to during the era of revolution that Rawlings governing the revolution. He have his men, those Harisoyes and those Guzitanos and Obedasamu and the rest. You see, but we have some people who move from the Nkrumahs to join NDC. But the NPP, they are purely the Dankwa, Dombo, Buzia tradition. It will be difficult to get some of the Nkrumahs joining the NPP if you study.
Yeah.
It will be difficult.
Because, I mean, traditionally, that's not been the case.
Yeah. It will be difficult to find those of Nkrumahs aligning with the Dankwa, Dombo, Buzia tradition. But for the NDC, they have those Nkrumahs. And most of the independent candidates that we getting from here, that we wanted them to be a third force, all of them are Nkrumahs. And they have divided minded. They are all divided, you see, because we have the PNC, the CPP, the GCPP, they are all Nkrumahs. How can they unite the front? If only they can unite the front, then if we will surely get a third force, it will come from those people.
There's something happening at Kwabre. Kwabre is... All right, before we switch to Kwabre, I have Prempe now. Cecil, what's the update? What's happening at Ayawaso East?
So, voting is still ongoing. I'm here with some delegates who have cast their votes, so we want to interact with them.
Okay. So, if you heard a delegate describing how the process has been for her, she said she got here as early as 6:30 a.m. And when she got here, the police were already here safeguarding at the place. She also described how easy the process has been. Votes are not allowed to inside the perimeter where you cast your votes, where your bag and all that. The queue is also going. There's no chaos from her side. There's another gentleman here who are also casting the vote, want to interact with you. And there's the same time over and I vote to you when you protestly come out. For me, my about 8:9. But you're very nice. But I mean, you agree with you, and I got a number of background. I mean, so commanding you, come and stand with you, and then share me. It's a man. Yeah, come on. Would you give us our for one year? Would you find what we find for the police? Would it never be a man? Yeah, you also share the same experience as the lady. She said she got here at 8:30 this morning. Was able to cast his vote. And the police are also here. So basically, they are all facing the Ghana Police Service for their duties as regards the election. Now, Prempe, before you go, quickly, earlier you told me there are about some 596 people, I believe, who are voting in Ayawaso East. So far, from what you have seen from the queues, are we going to be able to get those delegates in full, be able to cast their votes?
Yeah, so we spoke to the presiding officer. The number she gave us was 172. So far, 172 people have cast their votes.
Okay, that's at the center you are at.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but across the constituency, you are yet to move to other places, right?
Yes, we are yet to move to Alajo and also move to Johnny.
Okay.
But we hear that also because the presiding officer is in touch with the other agents over there.
All right, this might not have been captured on camera, but are people telling you who they are casting their votes for, if any?
Yes, so wait for more of Dr. but we also have work from Ken and his people also here. So it's really between that Bawumia and Kennedy from minimum.
All right. So we will get back to you later. Prempe, thank you for the good work so far. We'll touch base much later. Thank you. That's Prempe Cecil. Prempe is my colleague who is at the Ayawaso East constituency. He is shuffling between all of the centers there, bringing us reports from there. He has spoken to some of the delegates who also praised the process, praised the police as well, also praised how smoothly all of this is going. We would move from Prempe now. We are going to Kwabre East. I understand there's something that was happening there earlier. Some angry MPP delegates who were accusing Dr. Yao Osei Educhum's agent of withholding funds. Let's watch this.
So tia dia we will be on kind of team no first can yes I you could be there yes answer bani to mano
aduchum nipa no na omo maka no so yete say
o maka ndi obi ade ka sika ba ya di o maka bi aka aduchum dia na yewu ya e sha ko digia no hol ma person de o ye for one na so yanti ase kon bia so ya o please come there e jina twa no
na abana wa to dia we
me nya twa e ba ko to
ntinka wo twen aduchum dia ba na wa ku ba
me za ka sika me ma ko to because the president by some years can to masa wo se me twa wal bia ya mafaka no ko ba bia ti ye twa sika na se
no for the break Primaries ani e to aba wa enipa ba ta having 4 plus sika no e se fe no aduchum sika no akokodi eyi ho but efem Patricia o discourage dane and teacher Primaries aduchum anya bi wo ha na again wa discourage dane
anti oye kwabri ni part na kwabri ni
oye kwabri ni oye coordinator kura
anti ne buta ni senti
ne buta ni se o se o wa senua yo di buta ni to na oye aduchum coordinator wa ha anti cash scanner de bia no on one list and list ni pa ba 200 per out of 1004 no ene kura no anti wo onu anu afro se be do de enu anu no anti aduchum wi a ene ye ga anu
saa oba na efe ne party na wo kwa ministry so na ye aduchum campaign wo boa etimidi ga ka tire aduchum kwala ne se me mo mfesika bi ensi ne fo na wonya campaign bia me aduchum kwa East ha no oji ska no de be hye ne botom ene e kan ya wanti eti se Dr. Aduchum se wutie mi a usika ma ya nto aba ma wo kwa East wo belu nusu ti so be diska ne de ye de ma ye eti se obi enu obeto na aba de ma wo kwa East
no be the TNT amame na mbeto aba mo ebe me ya ti mesira no on Fred dia wo de haja no na won fa TNT
na as a delegate I na o ton vote just for TNT
ministry tonso na mbeto aba na ye beto aba ma ma okodi
no so me TNT no de ma
TNT kaska na na mepe go to the baby aba
ni pansa ya to
say na be ma me me bachelor the secondary school ma wo me wo me mu wo ma wo de this kind of me mo different say what the TNT amani pa bi one farmer no ti on ka che ni pan say Primaries East ya to aba no wo ma so na wo ma point scanning am.
Ismail, this is serious, funny but troubling. I mean, people are saying that they are not going to vote because what they are expecting to be given transport fare. And that last man actually said that he actually left his work to come. So all he's asking for is not, he says he's not asking for money, but he's asking for TNT.
TNT.
What does that mean? This is what we have been talking about. A very troubling, worrying situation to the extent that there are threats that if Dr. Yao Osei Educhum loses in Kwabre East, right, he should blame his coordinator, who they mentioned as Patricia.
Who is holding the money?
What kind of situation is this?
This monitoring issue involving this delegate. We have to try and manage the situation to move it out of the system. Otherwise, it will be worse moving forward. Because, see, one of the man indicated that he came there purposely to vote, but he's yet to cast his vote because he's waiting for the money that Osei Educhum has given to the lady to disperse, to share among them. So it means he has taken some money from others. You see, a woman, one of the women said, all the candidates have already given theirs. But remaining Osei Educhum's money.
So that means they are picking from every candidate.
Yes.
So let's do a rough estimate calculation. Even if each candidate is given 200 CDs, 5. That's what
it could be more than that.
Well, I mean,
concerning the Abilikumanov, that I told you that a certain candidate gave 5,000 with fridge. Some gave 7,000. Other one gave 7,000. Right? So the same person received 5,000 here with fridge and also received 7,000 at the other side.
They
so
call it a cocoa season for
yes. So that very day, one person, I know one person who left there with 12,000 CDs with a refrigerator.
12,000.
He received, I don't want to mention names from the two contenders who contested.
Yes.
One is the incumbent.
He received 12,000.
She is a daughter of a member of the Council of all the Elders of the MPP. She gave 7,000. Then who is contesting, right, gave a fridge with 5,000. So one delegate received 12,000 with a fridge. So as they are saying, they want to receive everything from all of the contestants who
contested. They know that they are actually in the race and they are now going to vote. So what? They come to cast their votes. They've already made up their minds about who they're going to vote for. But for them, they need to be able to benefit from everybody.
Yeah.
Take what they want from them.
Yeah.
And then they go into the box.
And they will. They will receive all before leaving there.
I just could not understand the anger of these people. If you are there to vote, why not just go ahead and vote? Why do you have to now wait for some lady to come give you TNT to do that?
It's simply because of how the system has been manipulated. You get me right? So they have put those systems in place for the electorate to be more anxious and anxiety towards those funds. You get me right? Because before leaving home, he knew where he's heading towards. No, come with me. I have to make something out of this day before coming home.
Because if somebody can make 12,000 CDs in a day, all they needed to do was step out to go and vote. Their constitutionally guaranteed rights. Something as simple as going, ensuring that your details are checked out in the system. You go, you cast your ballot, and you go. And that exercise alone is 12,000 CDs worth.
Even more than that. Some of the regions, some of the constituencies pay more than what we experience at Abilikumanov.
But Ismail, you see, it goes back to a question I had asked earlier. Is it not because our leaders are failing us? Because, you see, if things are going well for me, if I'm well to do, I have a good job, I go to a community where my water is flowing, electricity is not cut at any point, our roads are okay, our children are in good educational systems, so that I am not looking for private schools where I pay so much for some Cambridge system, some American system to teach my children, because the Ghana education system is consistent in its curriculum. I wouldn't worry too much about some politician coming into my area and I have to now go and say, Charlie, and then let me get something small. Is it not a big dent on leadership, political leadership?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because if there is a job opportunity for most of our youth, if you look at the demographic reports, it indicated that 75% of our populations are youth. So most of the youth are jobless. So if I have a good job doing, you see, most of average Ghanaians are not benefiting from their tax payment. That's why most of them are not paying tax. You get me right? If only you benefit from your tax payment, you do the right thing. Because everything will be channeling to your doorstep. You have a good job to do. You see, the social and basic amenities, you receive everything adequate, right? So if a leader will come to seek for something from you to vote for him, it will be difficult to brainwash you because he know that you understand, you know your right. It's your right to enfranchise, right, your vote.
Yeah, it is.
But not to manipulate you, not to brainwash you with some certain amount before you vote. You get me right?
Yes.
So if we put the system in place that everything that we need, the youth need, job and everything, if you have a good job, you know, you have a good job, at the end of the month, you receive your good salary that will manage.
And there'll be less worries about what somebody can give you.
So you just care about good governance. So if you are going out to vote, you go there purposely to vote for a good governance, not someone who will come and brainwash you to give you a certain amount to vote for him, whether the person is good or not. As you said, we will put in the failure of our leadership because they always fail us. Because you will need to brainwash and bribe somebody to buy a vote from him before you secure what you need.
All right, Ismail, let me pause you there. Let's speak to Alfred. Alfred is my colleague who is reporting from Medina. Alfred, hi, Alfred. I understand you've been to Dome. You are currently at Medina, is that right?
Currently at Lamfantana, Medina.
Okay. All right. Tell me, how are things? You've been to Dome already, right? You went to Dome this morning?
Yes, I was at Dome this morning.
Okay. Tell me, what have you seen from Dome and then Medina currently?
Okay, the atmosphere at Dome was very calm. The security officers are keeping the atmosphere calm. Delegates are queued up to vote, cast their votes. The atmosphere is generally calm, no disturbances, no disruptions. So, speaking with the district electoral officer at Dome, specifically the Atomic Football Park, the expected delegates to vote to 1,800. The setup has been good so far. Most people are coming in to vote. So when you get there to vote, before you enter, see the electoral officers to take your ballot paper or whatever, your phones are taken away from you. Like, you don't take your phone to the perimeter. After voting, you come back for your phone. Yes.
All right. Is it the same?
One of the basis noted was that the Inspector General of Police noted that there will be about 70 police officers at every police station. But if you start your eyes to, you can't say they're up to 70, but there are some fair amount of police people present at the premises. At Lamfantana, that's Medina as well. There are 1,560 delegates expected to vote.
Okay.
There are 1,560 delegates expected to vote. The also mentioned turnout has been good. There are long queues here. People are here shooting in the number of votes. Speaking to officials from, let's say, the individuals representing the various candidates, they mentioned everything has been good so far. Security officers are present, keeping the atmosphere calm and seeing the balances. But one thing we noticed is that after voting, the delegates are offered some cash or something of that sort. Yes. You don't mention a specific amount given to them, but yes, after voting, they are called to give something for transport. Yes.
Alfred, are you saying that the delegates are being offered money after they cast their ballots?
After casting their ballots, some conversations had arranged a transport for their efforts of transporting themselves to come and vote. Yes.
Okay. And these monies are coming from where? Which camp? From which persons? Is it the MPP party giving the delegates monies, or it is the candidates in the race?
So it comes from representatives of the various candidates. So I can confidently say that almost all the candidates are giving their delegates or people who took in to allegedly or expected to vote for them, they're giving transportation.
All right. How about I don't know if you've spoken with some of the delegates. Have you asked people who they are voting for?
Yeah, I've spoken to delegates, but they can't mention who they voted for. But they said they are voting for change. They made up their mind many months ago, not today, not yesterday. They made up their mind on who to vote for months ago. Yes.
All right, Alfred, thank you very much. As you said, the police are there, the officials. But Alfred, you are currently at Lankwantana, right?
Yes, Lankwantana, Madina.
1,550, you say, are supposed to vote in the constituency?
Yes, exactly. 1,550.
Okay, looking at the numbers of people in queues there, are we sure to have all those numbers of delegates come out to vote? Because the polls will close at 2 p.m. You project it?
From conversations to the district electoral officer, most often it's not 100% turnout. So we can confidently say all the 1,550 delegates will come to their numbers to vote.
All right, Alfred, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. We would touch base much later. Alfred Kuma is my colleague. He's been to Dom Kwabenya area. He's currently at Lankwantana, around the Madina area. Dom Kwabenya, he mentioned that 1,800 plus people are expected to vote there, and at Lankwantana, Madina, 1,550. Same things, but it's just all the things we're talking about, it just comes back. We're not experiencing any incidences, but the fact that monies are being doled out. You see, again, we are enforcing, or we're just encouraging a system where money has to be a factor in all of this. Why does it have to be so? Because if after months of going around talking to people, then on the D-Day, it's a matter of money. It's not even our policy. So far, we've not heard any of such things.
You see, even building up towards this day in particular, many people have speculated about the vote buying issue, right? But we thought it could be managed than what we are experiencing now. Because if you look at the reports that we gathered all from the grounds, it shows that people are expecting to receive money from the candidates, from the candidate representatives, and they have prepared adequately for this day. So there is a huge sum of amount per what we are gathering that has been handed over to the
and it's also been communicated to the delegates that when you come, you'll get something.
Of course.
Because otherwise, why are they expecting it?
If we are not careful about this event today that is going on, although things are moving on smoothly, I'm not now for the look of things, the information that we are gathering. Even some people say they are not going to vote until they have received the amount.
Yes.
So how sure are we that the targeted figures that we're supposed to be guarding from every polling station or every polling centers will be achieved? Simply because the monitoring issues have been hugely involved into this process today that we are talking. You see? So if everything will go on smoothly, we have to come out of the monetary issue, putting huge sum of money into event like this today. What about the subsequent election that is ahead? So that's why I'm in support with the Nyao and Co. The suit they have suit that the court will hear and put some measure on it. Then the party will adopt. Then there will be a key issues in the constitution of the parties, so that it will be an obligatory to all the parties and the electorate. Otherwise, this thing will be difficult to be curtailed.
Do you think that the leadership of the MPP should be looking into this matter, maybe investigating to ensure that possibly they find the people who are behind this, and
Too much. It's too much. Monitoring. Every electorate who are there purposely to vote are relying on some funds before casting their votes. Not all of them, but 90% of them, for the look of things, based on the report that we are receiving, are relying on some funds in the form of TNT. Which TNT?
Well, they say they've left their places of work, they've left their activities for the day to come and vote.
Isn't it mandatory for you to go and vote for your party?
Well, they don't think it's mandatory. They think that they are, like one of the gentlemen said, he's leaving his work to come cast a vote for you to go and get a job so that you are in leadership. And they always feel like that when they cast votes, then you've been given a job and, well, sometimes you even forget them.
That's why the leadership can't, I'm 100% sure the leadership cannot solve this problem. Simply because they have their target. They know their aims and objectives towards every electorate, right? So they know their intention that, oh, I can bribe him and buy his vote. And every electorate has accommodated those has inculcated this kind of lifestyle into their system that no matter what, he will be a leader, and I will still be at where I am, and he will getting all the support, all the success will be going towards him, while I'm staying in my garbage or wherever I reside. So what is the benefit that I'm going to get? The only benefit I get is the day of the voting. So I have to make sure I'll get all the necessary amount that I wanted to receive from him, so that it will be something like my restitution, in the form of restitution to me. It shouldn't be so. You get me right? If only you will take it as a restitution to receive a money from a candidate before you cast your vote to express your franchise, I don't think it's a good way to go. So it will be difficult for the hierarchies to handle this situation because they knew it already. And it has been a cliche. It will be difficult to eradicate this kind of system. So you should better be up and doing.
Better be up and doing. We spoke with Sylvester Tete. Sylvester Tete is former member of parliament for Botian English, Yamavro, and also aspiring to be general secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Let's watch what he said.
Okay, so Honorable, you've casted your vote. How have you seen the process so far?
Well, I've just spent about 10 minutes here, less than that. It's quite peaceful and orderly. I trust this constituency that they will do what is right. For me, everything the party has put in place, including the EC, the police, and everything is in order. It's an open space. Everybody is seeing what is going on. This is the beauty of democracy, and the MPP strength is premised on internal democracy, keen competition. We are noted for that. So for me, I'm not surprised about the orderliness of what is happening here today. It is for the good of our party. And we are convinced the MPP will bounce back stronger after this contest. And whoever wins is for the MPP. There is no victor, there is no villain. It is for the good of our party, and we will celebrate together. I want to continuously urge them that they continuously ensure the peaceful atmosphere we are witnessing here today. So for me, I'm particularly happy about They are all my favorite people. All the aspirants are my favorite people. In as much as I casted the vote, I am not cast in stone to expect that this one must be another one. The masses. This is just one polling area. We have over 211,000 delegates who are going to make a decision. Mine is one out of 211,000. So the majority decision is together. So after 2 p.m. celebrate the majority.
Lastly, do you believe that the winner will be able to bring the party back?
Well, I have maintained even from 2023. All the aspirants contesting today, anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Will form a better government than John Mahama. That is my conviction. So I don't really mind. I know all of them, from Kennedy Agyapong, Agyapong, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Luchum, Agyapong. Everybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. That is my consolation. That is why I told you I'll wait for the final verdict. 211,000 people will celebrate the majority decision. I'm convinced about it.
Thank you very much.
That was my colleague Mandy speaking with Sylvester Tete at English Amanfrom, where the former member of parliament, who is also aspiring to become general secretary of the MPP, spoke to her. Now he says that any one of these candidates who he describes as all of his favorites, he says any one of them who wins will be a better president than John Dramani Mahama. Isn't that a little stretch?
I'm even surprised because as an experienced former member of parliament, you should know the kind of words that he should throw into the public domain. Because current president, John Dramani Mahama, he is the one who Ghanaians voters overwhelmingly, right? They voted for him and NPP lost the biggest loss in the history of Ghanaian history, political history, right?
Yes.
So if I'm in his position, he could have been better. Spoke that what he did, that any 5 of them, although he's entitled to his opinion, but sometimes when you are speaking in the public domain, your posture, your demeanor shows where you're from and where you are heading towards, even before you make your remarks, right? That's saying that even the 5 of them,
any of them
will be better than John Mahama. I think he's way below belt. Although he's on party grounds, he is on the party grounds, right? But sometimes when you are sending a message, right? You know the kind of message to send that will persuade an electorate, right? But this kind of message, even he himself knows, is not sending a good message. Or that's my opinion. That he could have said better than what he said.
All right.
Because John Mahama beat Bawumia, hands down. Or
marginally.
Yeah. So what about the rest of them? The last Flagbearer, the last election Flagbearer of the NPP was beaten miserably. Oh? So we are now regrouping, the party is now regrouping, reorganizing himself, select one candidate who can win power for them back to the presidency, right? So the person who defeated the Flagbearer of yours, with huge percentage, you are now saying the same 5 of them will be better than him. We are just 1 year. We have 3 years ahead. Oh?
Yes.
We have 3 years ahead. 2029 will be the next inauguration of the winning presidency. Oh? So it's early days, yes.
So it's a little too low, right? All right. So those are Ismail's comments regarding what Sylvester Tete said there. We also spoke with the Member of Parliament for Ifiduasi Ascore, Dr. Nana Ayu Efriye, after he cast his ballot. Let's watch him now.
The difference about me, the difference.
American party members obi wɔ n'ɔpɛ wɔn ani nkunim afei campaign time na akɔyɛ so mi party anaasɛ nipa na mi hwɛ n'ama ɛde na abɛka kyerɛ.
Sɛ party baako party baako nti wotu aba ne wia efi akyi ne abo wotu aba wia yɛato aba wia ne ekoyɛ ɛha deɛ saa na ti o yɛto aba wia ne ayɛ baako ne ekoyɛ saa na bɛyɛ wɔ asa problem bi esi.
Eti deɛ na wɔn hyɛ 2028.
Ayɛ bɛ 2028 yɛ bɛ tu NDC NDC deɛ ekoyɛ yɛ NDC ya obiara di mmara so wɔ ha sɛ yɛ di mmara ne kɔto aba yɛaso bi ne yɛde bɛkɔ akɔto ewia ne yɛ di first.
Yɛhwɛ aba ne sɛ
yɛ di first aba omia ne yɛ di first.
Kɔba sɛ wɔkyitaafoɔ bi ebi American party members obi wɔ n'ɔpɛ no wɔn ani nkunim afei campaign time na akɔyɛ so mi party anaasɛ nipa na mi hwɛ n'ama ɛde na abɛka kyerɛ.
Sɛ yɛ party baako party baako nti wotu aba ne wia efi akyi ne abo wotu aba wia yɛato aba wia ne ekoyɛ ɛha deɛ saa na ti o yɛto aba wia ne ayɛ baako ne ekoyɛ saa na bɛyɛ wɔ asa problem bi esi.
Eti deɛ na wɔn hyɛ 2020.
Party baako nti wotu aba ne wia efi akyi ne abo wotu aba wia yɛato aba wia ne ekoyɛ ɛha deɛ saa na ti o yɛto aba wia ne ayɛ baako ne ekoyɛ saa na bɛyɛ wɔ asa problem bi esi. Party baako obiara di mmara so wɔ ha sɛ yɛ di mmara ne kɔto aba yɛaso bi ne yɛde bɛkɔ akɔto ewia ne yɛ di first.
Yɛhwɛ aba ne sɛ
yɛ di first aba omia ne yɛ di first.
Kɔba sɛ wɔkyitaafoɔ bi ebi American party members obi wɔ n'ɔpɛ no wɔn ani nkunim afei campaign time na akɔyɛ so mi party anaasɛ nipa na mi hwɛ n'ama ɛde na abɛka kyerɛ.
Sɛ yɛ party baako party baako nti wotu aba ne wia efi akyi ne abo wotu aba wia yɛato aba wia ne ekoyɛ ɛha deɛ saa na ti o yɛto aba wia ne ayɛ baako ne ekoyɛ saa na bɛyɛ wɔ asa problem bi esi.
Eti deɛ na wɔn hyɛ 2028.
Ayɛ bɛ 2028 yɛ bɛ tu NDC NDC deɛ ekoyɛ yɛ NDC ya.
That's Dr. Nana Ayu Efriye, MP for Efiduase Ascore, who is obviously in the camp of the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, saying that the party would win, and of course that win is going to be the declaration of victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And also he was talking about how regardless of who loses, when it comes to the next campaign ahead of 2028, they should all rally together because it's an internal election. Well, so that's we are hearing from very good day so far. We are inching close to 11. We've been here since 7 thereabouts. Yeah, so the entire morning we've had some good reports apart from those people asking for money and insisting without it. I think that it's been a good morning so far.
So far, so good.
We're entering the last lap because from 11, we're looking at 3 hours.
Almost 3 hours ahead.
To close of polls.
Yeah.
All right. So my colleague Vic is at New Bawe Methodist Primary Polling Center or Station. Victoria Chebafo is there. We are trying to just connect to her now and then also touch base with her in that constituency, what she has been able to observe and what she can report. Remember that we are bringing you a full day's coverage of this new patriotic party flag bearership race election happening across all the constituencies in the country, where 5 leading contenders of the new patriotic party are hoping to get a nod, from Kwabena Agyapong to Dr. Brian Agyapong to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to Kennedy Agyapong, even as well as so yes, those are the contenders. 5 of them. Victoria. Good morning. You are at New Bawe. How has the process been this morning? All right, Victoria, you need to reposition yourself a little. I can't hear you very well. There's some feedback coming in there. But you were telling me that the process has been good so far?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And security votes, how many people are expected to vote at New Bawe? All right, Victoria, I'm still having a difficulty hearing you. Can you say that again?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Victoria, I can hear you now. There's some feedback coming from the speakers there. Okay, so you were saying?
Right. So I was saying that 35 and supposed to catch up.
Can you go over the number?
1,235.
Okay.
Yeah.
So far, how many of them have cast their votes? If you have the numbers, how many people have already been able to go through the process?
A level of 300. So
Are you able to tell us whether or not these numbers of people, 1,435, you say, are expected to vote there from the various centers you are visiting? We'll be able to get those numbers.
Can you come clear, please?
So I'm asking the 1,435 people you talk about, from the people who have voted plus those in the queues, will we be able to 1,425?
1,235.
Okay, 1,235. Okay, so with the numbers of people who are still in the queue and those who have already cast their ballots, are we sure that all these people will be able to cast their ballots today?
I doubt it will be able to happen, because as we speak, a lot more people, although we saw a lot of people waiting to cast their vote. So for that, I can tell that I am not sure everyone can vote to me.
Have you spoken with the EC officials? And have you also spoken with the security personnel there? What have they told you?
Yeah, so we tried speaking to one of the EC officials, but he told us he was quite busy. And we are still trying to go to them and then speak with them. Once we do that,
How about security? Police?
Not yet.
But what's the police presence there looking like?
Oh, quite a lot of them are here. They are dedicated to prevent anything chaos from happening. And as we speak, the former member of Parliament, America, has been here. You know what is going on here, and I think that he also spoke with the journalist, and she said she was happy with how the voting was going.
Okay. All right. Have you nosed around to ask the delegates who and who they are voting for?
Okay, so we tried also to do that, but they told us that once they didn't announce them, they do not want to disclose their. No one to disclose their.
All right. Okay, yes. Victoria, thank you very much, and thank you for the good work you at New Bawe. We'll touch base maybe in a few hours when polls actually close and to find out how things have gone there with the real numbers coming in. All right, so let's take a video from the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodia, who spoke to us praising the smooth process of the polls so far.
So far, so good. I'm very elated about the processes going on, and it tells you how the MPP has been set up. We believe in internal contest. We believe in competition. And in Ghana, history can never be mentioned, particularly under the Fourth Republic, without recalling the New Patriotic Party. This is something that we have been doing since 1992. And we are expecting that by the close of polls today and subsequent declaration of the results, the victor will be the New Patriotic Party. And I will use this opportunity to commend the Electoral Commission and also commend the Ghana Police Service. They have so far done a yeoman's job. Everything is going on orderly and smoothly, and that is what we expect. That internal contest, if we all had one mindset, there wouldn't have been any contest. We would have had what we refer to as acclamation. But because we have different preferences, that is why we are where we are now. But at the end of the day, the rank and file of our party must understand that the winner will be the New Patriotic Party. And just as I indicated during the sign of the peace path, I told the aspirants that whoever emerges as the winner, so mutu party. So far, so good. I'm very elated about the processes going on, and it tells you how the MPP has been set up. We believe in internal contest. We believe in competition. And in Ghana, history can never be mentioned, particularly under the Fourth Republic, without recalling the New Patriotic Party. This is something that we have been doing since 1992. And we are expecting that by the close of polls today and subsequent declaration of the results, the victor will be the New Patriotic Party. And I will use this opportunity to commend the Electoral Commission and also commend the Ghana Police Service. They have so far done a yeoman's job. Everything is going on orderly and smoothly, and that is what we expect. That internal contest, if we all had one mindset, there wouldn't have been any contest. We would have had what we refer to as acclamation. But because we have different preferences, that is why we are where we are now. But at the end of the day, the rank and file of our party must understand that the winner will be the New Patriotic Party. And just as I indicated during the sign of the peace path, I told the aspirants that whoever emerges as the winner, so mutu cannot win the 2020 elections alone. The person needs the collaborative effort, the commitment of other stakeholders for us to work together with commitment, love, and unity before we can win the elections in 2028. Well, so far, we've set up our own internal situation room at the party headquarters, and we are getting reports from all the polling stations, and where there are challenges there, we are in close contact with the Electoral Commission and all key stakeholders to address them as and when they come. So far, so good. I'm very elated about the processes going on, and it tells you how the MPP has been set up. We believe in internal contest. We believe.
That was Justin Kodia of the MPP General Secretary speaking about everything, and also says that there's a situation room that has been created for the party and at the party headquarters actually to ensure that they're getting in all the numbers in there. But it's 11 a.m. and we've been here from morning bringing you live coverage of the New Patriotic Party flag bearership primary across the country, where 5 contenders are hoping to make a statement or not, to know their smoothness level, as it were, in terms of who becomes the next leader of the New Patriotic Party. And that's been going on for morning. The election would actually end around 2 p.m. today, but so we'll be back after all these messages.
See that.
So you can hear outside and report by
Okay.
Mekare na me dom se de ne hwe no ani dom no mum na yen susu ne se anu beba beboa se na nke ye pele se nipa no wa chi owura mu a otu wi na akọ as well as I wear a hair. Carpana da Hono, a silly panamon where a panabisi and Baha. The Cassian Chroma, a CM Pacalo Pibia Malvo, and the executive know Hanoa, but the Hian is an uncompromising Abano, being a part to the freely. They meet by a meeting, be a new campaign, I really hear the power. With many who must sort it, those of the Bial of Swat, just will be campaign. Yeah, study everything when a babble for Nina the mom for the trauma in a both sentiment. What be honest, with the air if you are growing topper, into your pigeon who and nay drew. Boko pa said and be out in a baby boko now for baby. Yen say ya na your partner holding in for in minimum na yen trust to a shall say no so professor no so ne fakra anyamo yen so hayema no mienu ni apon one no mienu ni lie mu de bia de na just wakechi emu no mienu bona wala mu dia ene na just say yama kwa no ato dia enti eno pa ho a ye be kan no wahayara they are declared wahaya de wenye bia do botu bia mo bia and some am patient pe no wahano or the aha results no but transmit yakọ akumase na kumase for what cancer and temamu de nyina abom almost atudin wo ho omu wia na almost transmit konka na nkran so akeke nyina abom na atudin when I didn't put him nti sana nti electoral commission office okay nti
we want a peaceful election. Now, after this election, MPP wants to forge ahead so we can win 2028 election. We cannot win election with divisions. So I'm urging each and everyone, after you've casted your vote, kindly go home by 2 o'clock, 2:15, come around. Whoever wins is MPP. Whoever wins is MPP. What we need is unity after the election. And I believe when we all come together, we'll be able to win 2028 elections.
maybe around 7 to 3, almost 3. Yes, and that I wish it goes like that. Oh, the security is very tight. The security, the police, they are on the ground.
Candle the Johnny, you know, which are the Pam Bejan say you won't be one in them. So, Tia and Dia will be our kind of team, but no place can be like yes, I could be in there. Yes, I'm so near to Mano. I do to me, Pano. Now, more Macano, so to say, oh, Macan, you'll be at the curse cabin. Yeah, you're Macan, I can't do Diana, you, yeah, the Saputi can hold my episode today, or yeah, for one and never see it yes yet. So, yeah, please come there. About what told you? We are to okay. I think I will train. I do train the other one. Mr. Keskan, because the president by SMS can to Masa, which a metropolitan beer, my packer come by. And she appears can for the Primaries. I need to about any better having 4 plus cano. I say, Feno, I do to Musicano. I work with the you are. But if I'm Patricia, or is Canada, and teacher Primaries, I do to. I never had again what is Canada. And you are Quabrini, Quabrini, or your coordinator. And in the Butter, any sense, the Butter, any say, oh, I said, yeah, the Butter, or yeah, I do to coordinate our half, and the cash Canada, on my list. And let's keep about 200 out of 1,004, and a crown, and to one first by Jodia, and one on, and the Adutum and then again one.
Saa ọba friend party na ọkọ Primaries to so na ye adutum campaign wo boa etimidi ka ka kire adutum kwala ne se memo mu fesika bi ensi ne fo na wonya campaign bia ma adutum ọkọ Primaries ha no oji ska na de be hye ne botom ene e kan ya wanti eti se Dr. adutum se wutie mi a usika ma ya nto aba ma ọkọ Primaries to be lulufu ti so be diska ne de ye ma ye eti se obi enu obeto na aba de ma ọkọ Primaries
no be the TNT amame na beto abama ebe me ya ti mesira no on Fred there we dey haja no na on fa TNT
na as a delegate I don't know o ton vote just for TNT
we feel ton so na beto aba na ye beto abama ma akodi
no so me TNT no dey ma
TNT kaska na sika na me pe go to the baby abedi ni pansa ya to say na be ma me me ba kira the secondary school ma wo ma go there this kind of name of different say what the TNT amani pa bi one farmer no ti on kan che ni pan say Primaries ya to abalo Roma so that wo ma scanning nyamba to man in famra
all right
Okay, so Honorable, you've casted your vote. How have you seen the process so far?
Well, I've just spent about 10 minutes here, less than that. It's quite peaceful and orderly. I trust this constituency that they will do what is right. For me, everything the party has put in place, including the EC, the police, and everything is in order. It's an open space. Everybody is seeing what is going on. This is the beauty of democracy, and the MPP strength is premised on internal democracy, keen competition. We are noted for that. So for me, I'm not surprised about the orderliness of what is happening here today. It is for the good of our party, and we are convinced the MPP will bounce back stronger after this contest. And whoever wins is for the MPP. There is no victor, there's no villain. It is for the good of our party, and we'll celebrate together. I want to continuously urge them that they continuously ensure the peaceful atmosphere we are witnessing here today. So for me, I'm particularly happy about it. They are all my favorite people. All the aspirants are my favorite people. In as much as I casted a vote, I am not casting stone to expect that this one must win or other one. The verdict of the masses. This is just one polling area. We have over 211,000 delegates who are going to make a decision. Mine is one out of 211,000. So the majority decision is what we celebrate together. It is not my personal decision. So we wait after 2 p.m. we'll celebrate the majority decision. That is the
Lastly, do you believe that the one who is the winner will be able to bring the party back out?
Well, I have maintained, even from 2023, that all the aspirants contesting today, anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Will form a better government than John Mahama. That is my conviction. So I don't really mind. I know all of them, from Kennedy Agyapong, Agyapong, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Lutum, Agyapong. Everybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. That is my consolation. That is why I told you, I'll wait for the final verdict. 211,000 people will celebrate the majority decision. I'm convinced about it.
Thank you very much.
Party members will be on when African Paytown, now a question the party, and I said, the Panamation, and then I catch a party back. Party back to Abani, we are featuring the album. To Abani, I have to have a had a sign at you. They have to have a sign at the problem being seen. If you didn't, I won't share 2028. I have 2028, you have 2 and this. Then this is the and this is
so far, so good. I'm very elated about the processes going on, and it tells you how the MPP has been set up. We believe in internal contest. We believe in competition. And in Ghana, history can never be mentioned, particularly not the Fourth Republic, without recalling the New Patriotic Party. This is something that we have been doing since 1992. And we are expecting that by the close of polls today and subsequent declaration of the results, the victor will be the New Patriotic Party. And I will use this opportunity to commend the Electoral Commission and also commend the Ghana Police Service. They have so far done a yeoman's job. Everything is going on orderly and smoothly. And that is what we expect. That internal contest, if we all had one mindset, there wouldn't have been any contest. We would have had what we refer to as acclamation. But because we have different preferences, that is why we are where we are now. But at the end of the day, the rank and file of our party must understand that the winner will be the New Patriotic Party. And just as I indicated during the sign of the peace path, I told the aspirants that whoever emerges as the winner, so Mutu cannot win the 2020 elections alone. The person needs the collaborative effort, the commitment of other stakeholders for us to work together with commitment, love, and unity before we can win the elections in 2028. Well, so far, we've set up our own internal situation room at the party headquarters, and we are getting reports from all the polling stations, and where there are challenges there, we are in close contact with the Electoral Commission and all key stakeholders to address them as and when they come.
Oh, the man who so far no dey maintain basa bia bibia santin bia about what the media na me wan say basa because I dream kire obi am so kokuru muti dey wo wadwim so obi am us kakra dey achew e show gojo wo dey nti eno nkire say na to be ni pesuru nti obi je be boni dia wo dey enu ye bia be ona bo Kennedy Japan wo say
Honorable Agyapong send me a walk We are on the streets of Accra to find out from Ghanaians as well as party supporters what their expectations are. Join me as I do this.
About Saturday. Me to am Kennedy. Kennedy na me to man is Kennedy na ni yadin. O wadwuma bebre, o bia enwuma. Yan yesu benya bia ye. Na Bawumia no de brofo nko a. Nso nye nya na ete brofo no. Enti Kennedy ba ono otumi si fom ayi adwuma. Ono angasa ba na se ye prepare kra osom ye prepare. Okoke post say school for no ye program. Wa share singers onam. Enso obi akwa afa obema na beti so. Di abande e pese Kennedy edi nkunim.
It's a Saturday expectation here then.
Kennedy. Ono ano eko. Yeah.
So our man here says he's rooting for Agyapong because he believes that Agyapong will be the best flag bearer for the NPP party.
The here name is the Bawumia Empire is Kennedy be because the entire time the Chinese say Kennedy ni nipa bia o ye prem and na season bia ne president say o ye dey oba un say do sometimes to be a man for sole almost kajeje na wo ho a sa season ni jeje season last papa bi kuta de car oduru ha o si na o park was salifo am akon secret pen season na aba no nkra na so odin ase enye obi o ye hard obohye to Kennedy oba gidi say nyina ye ho beto ye wonso ho beto.
So our brother is also saying that he is in support of Kennedy because he believes that with Kennedy, everything will be under control in this country.
My dream kakra wo abato na eba so Saturday no ho no. E ka me menko dia me ye kwawni anka mpese Brian Emlebi. But ebi ana amfa. Sa amfa dia me second choice eye Bawumia because na adwen ene ne niema ya wo ye no ema mi wo se obedi party nanimu a enye party nko na bebo na emu me bebo o my Ghana na first no nanka de me pe na asempa ya Kennedy nanso edrumri bia na Kennedy anum kasa ya woka e kire timamufuo ema a Christopher no bra obepedi bia no ena ma ne ehu se ne kasa ya woka bi na mfa kwam enti obesesa ba sa atem no wa se ne di na wie dada enti me de me hunu se yekoto abama Kennedy eneyi a NDC for kra be senya more opportunity e de aye campaign ati aye enti me de Bawumia ba mani beje Bawumia ba mani beje pa na me stress bibia so enya sumdue boko na free and fair enya adwuma na ye new strong enipa obetumi abeye party ni ye na ye wi a Kennedy O'Brien omunyira nkamom na ye hwe se 2028 enkunimde be ba man ya.
So our gentleman here is also calling for a free and fair election. However, he wants to support or he is supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to lead the NPP party. So you be our expectations elections near what kind of channel episode do amanipone na nintia person na sani party OG party
MPP party dey say Bawumia na be Oshia Kennedy do we onya na so Bawumia na betumi ade Bawumia na betumi wi ni am beto so wi ni anya do betumi be president
na ade na Osha Bawumia na betumi wi
na say tio ade wo Ghana say wa 60 region 60 region no Utopia also Bawumia afa anya kwa 10 region for no na so mo Bawumia afa and so yi dada for na akufa do mo ba na say 16 no kra po tempo ko di Bawumia afa and we supporters kra po hwa anya za de no 50-50 anka baka say Kennedy bakubi na de say 10 no kra declare so mo do mo vote mo Bawumia and we supporters ade say Kennedy no be yebi Bawumia do be wini president we am ko to election mo ko Saturday dia e da Bawumia be to me wini na so o wini dia 2028 dia me nya sure so be to be mampeni dana me de be to me woni
me about no mo ko to ne dia me e ka me kwa me dia me ka wo de Agyapong ba dia ka me pe
But me pa me pen say Bawumia on na na do there buy. Bank we be deep ni ka dey bank o say. Ni pe bank o so ndira nchen na nka candidate Japan so ye dey enko because Bawumia on na do buy hu there Ghana ye dey ekọ ye. Am kofu bebre aka say ti na dey nti. Ko ndira nchen na nka candidate saba na wa be try the best side ahwe. Because me imagine kwan no. Ba candidate Japan na kofu so ye no say nipa dey Ghana for bebre no obi o ma ka no kra. Oye pepe na kan baka just say bia wonye ntina ngofo bebe si kene Japan wonye go go ma mu say adibi o mo de open kure no baka just say wonye ndisanet ba me dey according to me dey ka me dey kene Japan ba ya ka me okay na delegate for na nkasa so na aya na problem no go ma ska no ya ni ska mbe dru no ye hwe ne yeto ma no won kra kan kwa na Ghana for ye ble no ntinka we we na nka obehwem na nka obuhu de bo boy na nka ode mema na ka de mom ye okay me no so ma dwen kakra mo no.
So our gentleman here is also saying that he saw the governance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So it is about time they change it and then make useful of Kennedy Agyapong to come and lead the NPP party. However, he's calling on the delegates to have a free and fair election or also to vote wisely.
So I'll be rooting for Dr. Educhum. Because he was the Minister of Education. So I think you have more knowledge about what's going on in the country and how to rule the country.
What we need peace. We don't need any trouble, anything. We need peace for Ghana. So anything shall go in peacefully.
Dance technology, innovation, and opportunity. He connects with women, with traders, with farmers, with the ordinary Ghanaian, because his policies have touched real lives. Dr. Bawumia is not just a candidate. He is our best chance for victory in 2028. The Bawumia we know is prepared, is formidable. The Bawumia we know is winnable. Let us choose Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
My beloved Ghanaians, distinguished delegates of the New Patriotic Party, party faithful, supporters near and far, and every citizen who believes in a brighter future for our beloved nation. Today, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed by the incredible energy I have witnessed across the country. These past months, I have journeyed the length and breadth of Ghana, from the shores of Adan to the plains of Sene East, from the vibrant markets of Kumasi to the resilient communities of the Upper East and beyond. I have walked every region, visited you in your constituencies, shaken hands with thousands of you, listened to your hopes, your struggles, and your unbreakable determination to see our dear New Patriotic Party rise again. I've seen the fire in your eyes. I have felt the pulse of our party beating stronger than ever. And I have been deeply humbled by the massive, electrifying reception you have given me at every stop. You have shown me loud and clear that the New Patriotic Party is alive, united in purpose, and ready to reclaim the destiny of this great nation. We have come through tough times together. The 2024 election tested our resolve, but it did not break us. Instead, it sharpened our focus, deepened our commitment, and reminded us why we fight. For a Ghana where every child has opportunity, every able citizen has a job, every family has security, every entrepreneur has support, and every citizen walks with pride and dignity. Now, the moment of decision is here. Tomorrow, you, the over 200,000 certified delegates of the MPP, will make history. You will choose the leader who can unite our ranks, rebuild our momentum, and carry our cherished tradition back to the Jubilee House in 2028.
I stand before you not as someone seeking power for its own sake, but as a true son of our tradition and Mother Ghana, who has served at the highest levels, who understands the challenges confronting our dear nation, and who pioneered groundbreaking initiatives, and who has the experience, the vision, and the temperament to lead us to victory. I am the candidate who has already been taken to the battleground and learned the ropes of the job. I am the candidate who has been tested, marketed, and proven on the national stage. I am the candidate who can build on the foundation and deliver the victory we all crave in 2028. But this is not about me alone. This is about us, about you. This is our journey together. This is about the polling station executive who has labored tirelessly for years. This is about the young patriot ready to bring fresh ideas and energy. This is about the market woman, the farmer, the teacher, the nurse, the driver, the student, every Ghanaian who deserves better. My vision is clear and bold. A resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Ghana built on proven foundations and smart ideas. Under my leadership, we will institute one constituency, 10 appointments, dedicating at least 3,000 of the 7,000 national level appointments to our 276 constituencies. Ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, ambassadors, board members, your constituencies will nominate qualified and competent patriots who will serve nationally and represent the interest of all. No constituency would be left behind. Every constituency empowered, every party activist recognized. The idea is to ensure that the deployment of the human resource in the execution of government business is equitably distributed across Ghana. Secondly, introduce a constituency-based national budget, ensuring fair, transparent allocation so that development reaches every corner of Ghana, building resilient and sustainable communities from the grassroots up. This will boost local economic development, which would create sustainable economic opportunities for all, including our dear party delegates. Also, improve the welfare of party members and give them their business opportunities through the maintenance of a welfare database system that will always ensure proper targeting of support to party members. In addition, stimulate private sector-led job creation through incentives, partnerships, and focus on agriculture, manufacturing, creative arts, tourism, and emerging industries to deliver sustainable, meaningful jobs and better opportunities to a stable income. Incentives like the tax amnesty would enable businesses recover and expand so they can employ more young people. Also, reform our tax system by broadening the base fairly, introducing a simple, citizen-friendly flat tax regime with exemptions to shield the poor while eliminating burdensome taxes to ease the cost of doing business and cost of living. Furthermore, urgently expand the credit scoring system to ease the burden of cash and carry and enable citizens access basic goods and services at their time of need. This will greatly improve the conditions of living of our people. Also, expand and modernize agriculture to achieve cheaper food and a stronger economy that positively and directly impacts every Ghanaian everywhere and truly reduces the cost of living. In addition, expand solar power and promote local manufacturing of solar to ensure citizens pay less for electricity and experience fewer outages. To get cleaner, cheaper and more reliable public transport through the introduction of more electric vehicles and buses. These are not empty promises. They are practical, actionable steps drawn from my experience, consultations across the nation, and a commitment to put people first. So today, I make this direct, urgent, and passionate call to every delegate. Tomorrow, turn out in your numbers. Vote number 3. Vote Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Let no provocation divide us. Let no falsehood distract us. Let no doubt dim your conviction. Choose the path that is proven, competent, and ready. Not a gamble, but a guarantee of victory. Choose the leader who will deliver real inclusion, empowerment, and development to every constituency. Choose the leader who will make our party stronger, create jobs for all with smart ideas, our youth empowered, and our nation respected among nations. Delegates, the time is now. The choice is clear. The future is bright if we act together. Go out on Saturday and vote massively for Dr. Bawumia. Let the whole world see that the MPP is back stronger, wiser, and unstoppable. Win with Bawumia. God bless you, and God bless the New Patriotic Party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, and see you at victory.
We are Dear delegates, let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to each of you for the warm reception you extended to me during my visit to your various constituencies. I deeply appreciate the hospitality, openness, and engagement you showed throughout my time with you. On Saturday, you will not merely elect a flag bearer, you will determine the direction of our party. You will send a message to the nation. You will decide whether the new patriotic party is ready to rebuild. Let us speak honestly. Our party has played a historic role in Ghana's development. We have expanded opportunity, strengthened private enterprises, widened access to education, and modernized governance. Our record is unmatched. But in the last election, we suffered a painful setback, and that defeat was not accidental. It was a message. It was a message that we must reconnect with the grassroots. A message that disciplines and humility must return to the leadership. A message that change is not optional. It is urgent. This Saturday is not routine. It is a turning point. Delegates, you are the backbone of this party. Without you, there is no MPP. Yet too often, after elections, the grassroots feel forgotten. Polling station executives feel neglected. Constituency officers unsupported. That must change. And I say it must change. Under my leadership, delegates' welfare will not be an afterthought. It will be a priority. The cycle of sacrifice followed silence must end. I will establish structured delegates' welfare framework. We will maintain a formal registry of active delegates to ensure recognition and inclusion. We will create a transparent welfare support to assist delegates facing genuine hardships. Loyalty must be respected. Sacrifice must be acknowledged. Commitment must be protected. Delegates' welfare will not depend on proximity to power. It will be institutionalized, fair structured, and transparent. The forms I have been sharing during my talks are not symbolic gestures. They are the beginning of a system that ensures no loyal delegates feels left out again. Let me also add, I'm aware that some of you delegates have been told that if you vote for me, you will be removed from the delegates album or punished afterwards. I bet you it can never happen. Trust me and believe in me that all of you will be protected the D-Day. The delegate album is not a weapon. It is a constitutional record of party service. It must never be used to intimidate loyal members of this party. I do not believe in fear. I do not believe in revenge politics. I will not tolerate any attempt to shrink the party by threatening its grassroots. Be rest assured of this. The MPP was built on courage. MPP was built on internal democracy. So I say to you, stand firm. Agyapong, I stand for industrialization. It's industry, industry, industry. Employment, employment, employment. Jobs, jobs, jobs. What we need in this country is employment for the youth of this country. So please, give me opportunity to serve you, and I will not disappoint you. Let me assure you of something else. Every delegate will be safe. Every delegate will be protected before, during, and after the election. There must be no harassment, no intimidation at voting centers, no atmosphere of fear. Internal democracy, it must never become internal conflict. We will work with party structures and the appropriate authorities to ensure that Saturday is peaceful, orderly, and credible. Your safety matters. Your dignity matters. Your right to vote freely matters. But beyond the vote, we must think about what happens after the January 31st. This is a contest, not a war. After that day, we are not factions. We are one party. The party cannot afford division. We cannot afford bitterness. We cannot afford revenge politics. Our true task is not defeating one another. Our true task is rebuilding trust with the Ghanaian people. Dear delegates, I'm appealing to you to vote for me on Saturday. What I want to remind you is we are not just going to elect a flag bearer, but a winnable candidate who can give us a victory in 2028. And there's no other candidate than Kennedy Agyapong. So victory will be ours in 2028 if you decide on Kennedy Agyapong on Saturday. A candidate that is trusted, inspires hope, accepted, and capable of winning the MPP power in 2028. And I, Ken Ohene Agyapong, #1 on the ballot, remains the only viable candidate to do this. Thank you. MPP adehye esi ahene ne etu ahenefo me mamu nyina achi enya bone enne ebi se memenda ye koto aba timeli azisredi etu monim se wonya madom na memenda monto aba ma Kennedy Agyapong munya gidie wo mu ebi se nsem a me no maka nyina no abra me besra mo me ba mediso amwa mo nim se me ka me yo me hia fi mo ho ne mpaibo se me ti asenko na me president me make sure se ma hwe party ebi se edidigya hoi eni muna ne nam e bia no bosom party asom party eduru mre bi na party no tumi wo ho na okope bibia unu a one ne ye adwuma nyame ye na dum onya position o pa osiko ofesika bra ko yesi mi pese mo ti mo ho ase na munya gidie se Kennedy Agyapong de me ba mi nye nyimu me ma obi a nkoton adwuma emfa mani nti munyime ni na ewiase onipa bia woni munyam ani wadwuma party ma enya adwuma nye party ma eni sika party ma edi yawo nti party for misrem munya madom memenda ebe monto abama na me make sure so say obia obekọ no ye bebo no ho ban a obia ntimi fa ehunhuna e manen ensan so nkoto aba ebiem obia obeka kire so obeyi udin afiri mu no na ompe party ni yi ebize obia woti politics ase ope party ni yi a onka hu se oyi wu firi mu a wayi wu mafiri mu wayi wu abusuafo afiri mu wayi wu namfofo afiri mu general election ye koto aba se nipa we nyina no ebeto aba atiai ti munya awireshem se Kennedy Agyapong de onye nyiyimu oba se wo pemasemu so pemasemu e party baako e tumi ne yepe enti mu nyamadom na memenda mun koto aba no mame e bi se ba bia onam bia Ghana force mo de Kennedy Agyapong ba dia ebeto aba ti se tumi ne yepe dia party ma mun nyamadom na menim se emrepemu no Nyankopon ebe kasa ewo memenda emo bi ehu nti munye kroye ehia kroye ewo party dem eno ne ade a ehia isisi we sisi Matthew Makaran emma MPP party nkoso ye pekroye nso de a ye ma perperio enya adwuma sa election a ye koi perperio enya adwuma na say ye adwuma MPP ebedi nkunyim enye me Kennedy Agyapong ena mdi nkunyim a no medi nkunyim nkunyimdie no eba for MPP nyina ti mesrem monye madom na memenda monto aba no number 1 ukọ hɔ a ensi utrase wo de hwesoro hɔ a number 1 nyame nhyira mo nyina
I'm for Hinarba.
Your papa Twaba, you can afford the party for 2028 elections. Yet you too, your quarter about 2024, the election here sent me anchor. There's a party Nantiada, and NTT committee, Era Professor Michael Roque Dano. So Monpo Ghana for Nanya, Busani, what the Quintia, the committee election here sent me anchor. Or we all might demand you say. Party no a constitution no yemra no ya sacrem kakra ye di bibi foforo ka ho ampa so committee a Ira Frank Davis Dan no lawyer ni etrasim ye ye sa no mani nya ema July ku share moligon ema ye aye go need friend amendment of our constitution e no ade bi sida say ye to aba ye yi the presidential candidate kane ansa na election bi akabia ye timi aye Every do say ye to san mono, now man for adwum na. Na so ne nipa dodo na tia se and no more party ni to ye no, na ya no papa. Tete be bia beduru no, hye a party na ye no, akoba segam wo agina, ye beto aba. Ewo 276 constituencies any national headquarters. Na betimu bi. E try lessons ye ba beto no. Be bia beto aba ni bi no, oba national headquarters a Omo beto about national headquarters, members of National Council. Omo members of National Executive Committee are more voting right. Members of National Council of Elders, beto abani or party headquarters. 30 members of the National Council of Patrons, beto abani. Past national executives, beto abani or national headquarters are. External branch delegates, ye nyamu from Omonia Ban, also beto about party headquarters. The special ranks also better about of party headquarters. National Telephone Coordinator better about party headquarters. Former ministers and deputy ministers are almost 2 months better about party headquarters in Sobewa. Over 276 constituencies in Suwa. The Biafra voting center. Or more better about 276 voting centers. Voting members of regional executive committees. All former regional executives. All former members of the Constituency Executive Committees, all voting members of the Constituency Executive Committees, all former Constituency Executives, all electoral area coordinators, 5 polling station executive officers, all party members of Parliament, all former party card-bearing members of Parliament, all former party card-bearing parliamentary candidates, former members who are signatories to the registration of documents. Or more yet party no, or more the almost Sasha say, oh, respective constituency no, almost enter Abani Bosa, Abuana Makamasi. We yet new the party no enter and they say, Ocean Telcom president, the Telcom patron, so also better Abani be our constituency or more. Regional Telcom coordinators, also better about the regional party better about constituencies and all former card-bearing ministers, any deputy ministers, are more educated about constituencies, also county. All former card-bearing MMDC for better about our more constituencies. 10 regional council of elders, 10 patrons from each region, also better about constituency, 5 members of the constituency council of elders, and 5 patrons from each constituency, or more ever travel more constituencies. Now, so bad, and now said regional executive committee, regional test conform, or more air regional level, yet choose constituency, executive committee for your constituency, or whole number control. Over Western regional executives for former regional executives, council of elders, patrons, regional telephone coordinators, or number to about second Western region, section D. Central region, whom Pamabo with him, or met about Cape Coast. Get up, or met about polyplotting. Water region, or met to oppose Central. Eastern region, or met to New York South. Central region, Obeto Mexia South. What thing of Ebeto Station also? I have Ebeto Snafon North. Bono Ebeto Sunani West. Bono East Beto Tichima South. Oti Ebeto Kachi East. Northern region, Obeto Tamale Central. Savannah, Obeto Damango. Upper West, Ebeto West Central. Upper East, Ebeto Northeast, Ebeto Narengu Gambaga. And upper East Beto Border Central. For what or more better abandon than we watch. A telling Abuma, if I hear show when you talk better abandon, 211,849. We in part and Popoya Aduma or better about year penny for. That was Aduma rain near you. Presidential Election Committee, and say, said, Nabi watch. A part about one who do a dear Nano, Electoral Commission for it. Me, General Secretary, we need to me send voting center be command instructions. Say obedience, and channel side to me anymore. National officers be new to me, regional officers be new to me, constituency officers be new to me, so about command instructions or need now a down my electoral commission for Sinami watching or more and aside to me no a show monster. I thought to be the account bound bon once a month. The elections committee at the Bamboni Nano, Ama Ghana Police Service at Ira Agyapong. The party has said, yes, my national security phobia, yes, my national investigation bureau, yes, my any other state institution, security institution, except Ghana Police Service or more any Bambo assurance. Example watch now, yes, but it's a long phobia other than Ghana Police Service. We are who are part so Emma will be able to private security, say will be Ampran Kobi and Kosher Bambomasa. Bambomasa Milano and Ghana Police Service. Snapu Pochna, wow, one Ghana Police Service for our Kosher Bambo Piano and the instructions in the direct Ghana Police Force or Manchester Sanipa. We are who are Napu Pochna to the and say, Obia Kotua Bebiano, and so Nadia. It now it say a pathway soon as a national ability. The party not there to say, Obiana was a contract Biano, or national idea, national identity card, a Ghana card, your passport, voter ID card, waiting out for a year for 12 the electoral commission for the budget, and not all party card of funding was waiting out for certain this way now. I thought to be about to send the elections committee for Nakan. The best shot says 7, past 7, near 2 p.m. The beer said the Obiani to me said, Obey declare results. Electoral commission and the national monster, see a 12 anywhere, or Monster, or Metal Police Center, or Muria, the kind of beer, or Janet and Dunya, or Muria, about to an local region. Region Sulake, a constituency would now be about 3 Nabu. And some about national. The bad national electoral commission for Nabi coalition, or Mubia, the wording to inside about one point on the map party. Now, party not the same or party or Cortesia. Now, Penia will deal with him again now, album near Manisa, so they now to Abu and Samama. We are in Flua. Now, we didn't pass an berry. We near party for 1890 said. The Conquetia died in the next Nadian. The Conquesia died in 2028 elections. Nemo DDF, a partner to 2 number year. Yet, we are not being to about 2024. The normal Sadia Church or normal 2028 or Metrabamos. Never and carbon out by you. Then Nayan say, and Shaban, or thrown the baby name. Near Pets and Nipana, near percentage petition for former 7. What wedding pulling a channel? One with tap 1 million less 2028. At saying Naya Cabo, be at the Cakraba boom, a cabo man, it's my boy. The next ceremony said, Ye Nama Airport about to be also, cast a course with big assentia will be a big number be and say, Elfata. Didn't have Cabaton. No, number watch your 2 year beer, the NCBR in Jantua. Near Cassette, every Near they died in the potency that 2028. It said, will be a dear cry, many a German FPPT, say, be a it's my cabo. Then I never did come for and a coma party, and you have to do the POCC. So what we bring up a party committee party in the Aponya number. The quarter about 92, the quarter 96, about 98, the quarter 2007, in the more about 2023 and then 2026. The quarter we are the Yapoma, Yapoma General, and for soon in the entry. The power in the Chino, Unyaya, the Namias, Suanya, a year, yet next a couple, not a year, Martin, and my appointment then 2028, the best made him. And now, finally, we are shaping their partner, instead of several internal elections, a year constituency elections, polling station, electoral area region, and then national. That's right. Nina elections, party the Bethlehem to Simon Manina. Now, upon Kayinayo, it's not by your papa to know, as you game brand. It's not by your papa to know, then Nayan Kai said, you're strong, yes, no, then you pan your son. Techano, the local piano. Say you, I'm on the post, and you are on the pan, everything they do. I'm sure, was said, as leadership of this party, the better to treat no my near boy, my thing, said, yeah, in the year 2028. Yes, I'm not sure in a coupon come. The moon must say, the mamma. People know will continue to be the real symbol that will be the election for us in 2028. The moon must.
See that.
So you can be outside and report, but you can't go inside.
It was all covered. Go to open. Osmos.
Okay.
Iceman.
Rebecca said, "Never don't say the day she ever know any. I don't know mum na yen susu say no be bob the boss say. Thank you penny said the panu we so we mo out we na ko. As them say wo ya ya. Ka kwana da ho no ye si ni panu mo no we kwana be si enti baha. De ka se yen kroma ye. E si em fa kanu bibia ma so. As the executive no ha no aye. But the here say en compromise abano. We are part of the freely. They may by a meeting, we are in a campaign or I don't hear my power. With many who must sort it, who say, we are for sure. Just will be campaign. Yeah, said the area no any available for Nanya Mia Duma, the month for the trauma ɛbɔ sɛ di n'akyi biara ne sɛ wei deɛ ɛyɛ efi agorɔ efi ntɔkwa nti yɛpagya no hu ɛnɛ yɛduru hɔ yi bɔkɔɔ paa sɛdeɛ mmaa mahu no obiara to no bɛwie a bɔkɔɔ na akɔ baabi asɛm biara no yɛnyɛ ne sɛ yɛa na yɛ party no ahoɔden yɛnyinafoɔ ɛnyina mu na yɛntoa so nkɔ anim yɛtoe yɛhyɛ aseɛ nɔnso pɛpɛɛpɛ sɛ a nɔnso ne fa koraa anya mmɔyɛ nso aha yɛ ma na ɔmmienu ne apɔn wa na ɔmmienu wonni lie mu dada bia deɛ na kyerɛ sɛ wakɛkyɛ mmom na ɔmmienu bɔ no wɔ lie mu di a ɛneɛ na kyerɛ sɛ yɛma akwan na wato deɛ nti ɛno pa ho a yɛbɛkan no wɔ ha yara na yɛadeclare no wɔ ha yi a deɛ wanya biara ɛbɛbɔto bia ma obiara ata ansa na mpɛnsimpani wɔ ha no ɔde aha results no watransmiti akɔ Kumase na Kumase fo nso akeka asantema mu deɛ nyinaa abom na ɔmo nso ato din wɔ hɔ ɔmo wie a na ɔmo nso atransmiti kɔ Nkran na Nkran nso akeka no nyinaa abom na yɛato din hɔ na ɛde nkunim wɔ nti saa na yɛahyehyɛ nti electoral officer electoral commission officer
okay nti
no be eduso jache no mama but you be jache na boru ni so so could be the hey
We want a peaceful election. Now, after this election, MPP wants to forge ahead so we can win 2028 election. We cannot win election with divisions. So I'm urging each and everyone, after you casted your vote, kindly go home by 2 o'clock, 2:15, come around. Whoever wins is MPP. Whoever wins is MPP. What we need is unity after the election. And I believe when we all come together, we'll be able to win 2028 elections.
I think that we should be around getting to 300, almost 300. Yes, and that I wish it goes like that. Oh, the security is very tight. The security, the police, they are on the ground.
Can't do the Johnny, you know, which I find Bejan say you will be one in them. So, Tia and Dia, you'll be on kind of team, I know Fish can be like animal. Yes, I could be in there. Yes, I'm sorry, near to Mano.
I do to Nipa. I do to Nipano. Now, Omoma can so to say, oh, I can't be at the curse cabin. Yeah, your market, I can't do Indiana, you, yeah, the Sakuti can hold my office or yeah, for one and never see here. Probably so, yeah, on this campaign, it's natural. About what to the area. We are to I think I will try. I do the other one. Mr. Kescamet, because the president by SMS can to Masa, which I'm told be a Mapakan come
for the Primaries. I need a Kuabawa, and if I better having 4 plus cano. I say, Feno, I do to Musicano. I quite with the you but if I'm Patricia or this kind of done and teacher Primaries, I do to I never had again what this kind of done.
Anti or Quabrini, Quabrini, or your coordinator for her. And the butter any sense, the butter any say, oh, I said, yeah, the butter any or yeah, I do to coordinator and the case can have the piano on one list. And let's nip about 200 out of 1,004 and a crown and to who and one front of my door and one on in the root of Ria and then again one.
Saa ọba na efe ne part na ọkọ abiristi ọsọ na ye adutum campaign wo boa etimidi ga ka kire adutum kwala ne se memo mu fesika bi ensi ne fo na wonya campaign bi am adutum ọkọ abiristi ha no ojiska na odebehye ne botom ene e kan ya wanti eti se Dr. adutum se wutie mi a usika ma ya nto aba ma ọkọ abiristi ubelulufu ti se obejiska ne de ye ma ye eti se obi enu obeto na aba de ama ọkọ abiristi ha
no be the TNT amame na beto aba mo ebe me ya ti me say me feel tonso na beto aba na ye beto aba mo ma okodi o no so me TNT no dey ma TNT kaska na sika na me pe go to the baby aba ni pansa ya to say na be ma me ba kira de secondary school ma wo me wo me mu wo ma ko de this kana me mo be say what the TNT amani pa bi wan fa ma no The one country in the say, Fabri East, yet to Abano Roma, so that woman scanning your mind. To man and Fabra. All right.
Okay, so Honorable, you've casted your vote. How have you seen the process so far?
Well, I've just spent about 10 minutes here, less than that. It's quite peaceful and orderly. I trust this constituency that they will do what is right. For me, everything the party has put in place, including the EC, the police, and everything is in order. It's an open space. Everybody is seeing what is going on. This is the beauty of democracy, and the MPP strength is premised on internal democracy, keen competition. We are noted for that. So for me, I'm not surprised about the orderliness of what is happening here today. It is for the good of our party, and we are convinced the MPP will bounce back stronger after this contest. And whoever wins is for the MPP. There is no victor, there's no villain. It is for the good of our party, and we will celebrate together. I want to continuously urge them that they continuously ensure the peaceful atmosphere we are witnessing here today. So for me, I'm particularly happy about this. In as far as I cast the vote, I am not as to expect that this one must be another one. The verdict of the masses. This is just one polling area. We have over 211,000 delegates who are going to make a decision. Mine is one out of 211,000. So the majority decision is what we celebrate together. It is not my personal decision. So we wait after 2 p.m. we celebrate the majority decision. That is the
Lastly, do you believe that the one winner will be able to bring the party back up?
Well, I have maintained, even from 2023, that all the aspirants contesting today, anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Anybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. Will form a better government than John Mahama. That is my conviction. So I don't really mind. I know all of them, from Kennedy Agyapong, Brian Agyapong, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Lutum, Agyapong. Everybody who wins will be a better president than John Mahama. That is my consolation. That is why I told you I'll wait for the final verdict. 211,000 people will celebrate the majority decision. I'm convinced about that.
Thank you very much.
Party members will do on open when African campaign now a person party and I said Nippon mission and then I catch a party back.
Party back to Abani, we are featuring to about you and to about you. The hardest sign it you. They are to about you and I have happened. Sign a bay of us. Problem being seen.
If you didn't, I won't share 2028.
I have 2028, you have 2 this. Then this is your and this is
so far, so good. I'm very elated about the processes going on, and it tells you how the MPP has been set up. We believe in internal contest. We believe in competition. And in Ghana, history can never be mentioned, particularly under the Fourth Republic, without recalling the New Patriotic Party. This is something that we have been doing since 1992. And we are expecting that by the close of polls today and subsequent declaration of the results, the victor will be the New Patriotic Party. And I will use this opportunity to commend the Electoral Commission and also commend the Ghana Police Service. They have so far done a yeoman's job. Everything is going on orderly and smoothly. And that is what we expect. That's why we are where we are now. But at the end of the day, the rank and file of our party together with commitment, love, and unity before we can win the elections in 2028. Well, so far we've set up our own quarters and
school for no program. What shall I sing next? On them, and so Obi Obama so the Abandi ever Kennedy, a dinkunim.
It's a settled expectation here then.
Kennedy, or no, yeah.
So our man here says he's rooting for Kennedy Agyapong because he believes that Kennedy Agyapong will be the best flag bearer for the NPP party.
The Prime Minister, the Bawumia Empire say Kennedy be win because the entire time China say Kennedy ni nipa bi a oye prem.
He is in support of Kennedy because he believes that with Kennedy everything will be under control in this country.
Madwen chire kakra wo abato na eba so Saturday no ho no. E ka